Chapter 1999, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:54 and 13 seconds M. Chapter 1999. That force. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel's expression became one of unprecedented seriousness. He couldn't seem to track the two without deploying his starry spirit domain. Even his bow domain eyes didn't work. But in this state, deploying his starry spirit domain was quite the difficult task. At the same time, he knew how powerful Kira was. Even back then, suppressed by the dimensional cleanse world, she had given him an exceptionally tough battle. And that was without having access to her ability index or lineage factor on top of that. Orin's strength needed even less introduction. He was an heir of the Morales family, and unlike Ramon, he seemed to be proficient in a weapon other than the spear, making his spear domain lineage factor quite useless in the grand scheme outside of course, the power it could give him. This wasn't the only troublesome matter either. There was a very obvious and important question that he was ignoring in all of this. How is it that Orin was related to a demon family? There were only really two explanations, one of which was decidedly worse than the other. And that was, of course, that Orin had demon blood running through his body. This wasn't just a small hand-waved issue. Lionel had already learned from the current patriarch of the Morales family that many of their ancestors and the other talented among them had trouble controlling their tempers, and that was related to the demonic characteristics of the metal synergy lineage factor. Logically speaking, this was a flaw, and any sort of flaw in a lineage factor made it weaker than it should have been. If Orin was half-demon, it was likely that this flaw in his body was almost negligible, making the amount of strength that he could pull from his lineage factor far more than what one would see from most other Morales family members. Of course, no matter what advantage he had in this regard, it was impossible for him to match up to Lionel, who had brought the metal synergy lineage factor the 8th dimension far ahead of time. But it still had to be considered that Lionel was still in the 6th dimension, while Orin was already in the 7th. As the second eldest Morales, the second Nova, Orin was already in Tier 3 of the 7th dimension. Until now, Lionel hadn't cared much about tiers because his talent so heavily suppressed everyone else. But if he was correct about Orin, then the advantage he had was far smaller, and that didn't even begin to mention Kira, who was likely a full demon at Tier 1 of the 7th dimension. Lionel had met the geniuses of other races in the tribulation zone of his spear domain ring. Although he had defeated them, he didn't underestimate them for even a second. That was because during the tribulation, much of the abilities they should have had were depressed, and they were mostly forced into a confrontation of spears. Kira could be considered to be the first full-fledged genius of another race that he would meet. Lionel's expression couldn't help but hold hints of solemnity. Finding a path to victory in this battle would be exceptionally difficult. Suddenly, Lionel's pupils constricted as he took a strong step back. A saber blade just barely nicked his chin, drawing a hot line of smoldering, crimson blood. Lionel didn't hesitate, immediately erupted into his second-tier divine armor, and released all 10 of his stars. He crossed his spear body before his body, just barely stopping another 2 sabers from piercing through his body. Lionel pivoted, blocked to his back, and took another step back. His head weaved to the side, and his spear shifted, thrusting out but hitting nothing but air. The teamwork between Kira and Orin was immaculate. They seemed to still be probing him, but the pressure was immense. With the support of his 5th-dimensional divine armor, his strength wasn't small by any extent. This was only further bolstered by universal force. However, it was difficult to use strength if you couldn't apply it anywhere. Their speed was fast, their attacks were unpredictable, and their strength was great. The worst part was that they had yet to use their full abilities, while Lionel was already putting in quite some effort. Lionel wasn't the only one unhappy about these turn of events. No one believed that Lionel would die to a fellow Morales, so if he fell here, that meant that they would lose their chance to kill him within the Air Wars. In an irony of ironies, Lionel and his enemies were actually currently on the same side. I can't let it continue like this, Lionel thought. To his astonishment, though, Kira and Oren seemed to have read his intentions instantly. Their attacks suddenly became more ferocious, their speed increasing. Both of them seemed to exude a corrosive sort of aura that tangled with his vital star force and swallowed it up. Lionel could vaguely recall this aura, only because when he had fought Kira previously, it was greatly suppressed. Now that he was feeling the full brunt of it, there was no doubt in his mind. This was Death Force. This wasn't the first time Lionel had come across this force, but for some reason it felt so much sharper and more savage now. His dream world couldn't seem to keep up with their vague forms, and it was at that moment that he realized that it was because the very fog that coated their bodies was corroding his dream force. How could he track them if his starry spirit domain was collapsing in on itself? Lionel shifted to the side, just barely moving out of the way of a saber, but at that moment one pierced into his shoulder blade, sliding through a sliver in his armor that wasn't even perceptible to the naked eye. Pain shot through his body, and he felt as though an entire side of him had gone limp. The corrosion was devastating and more potent than any poison. Lionel's gaze flashed, and his Scarlet Star force circulated through his body, incinerating the Death Force to ash. His mouth opened, and he unleashed a roar, his absolute spear domain roaring to life and shredding everything in his immediate surroundings to pieces. Chapter 2000, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:54 and 11 seconds a.m. Chapter 2000. Fair? If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lionel took a breath, and his gaze became frighteningly cold. At that moment, it was as though he had become a completely different person. His steps became calculated and measured, his spear strikes no longer feeling as wild and passionate. A cold breeze passed by as he stomped on the ground hard, his city lord manner trembling. His starry spirit domain vanished as he dismissed it. In its place, his starry star domain and starry light domain manifested at once. He took another step back. A saber came to a stop just before his forehead before it retracted. He took a step to the side. A saber whizzed by his ear just as he brandished his own blade. Clang! A shadowy figure took a step back and solidified for a moment before vanishing once more. However, Lionel still struck forward anyway, meeting resistance instantly. Clang! Lionel weaved in and out of the two of them. He never moved more than he had to, his energy reserve being perfectly preserved. In fact, it even felt that he was somewhat recovering. As time passed, Lionel entered less and less of a passive state. His spear force flourished, his universal force uplifting his body as he struck with stronger and stronger momentum. The abyss of his eyes could only be described as frigid. He didn't see people, he saw objects. He didn't see spear strikes, he saw angles. He didn't see defeat. He only saw a path to victory. As though a practiced chess master, his every step forward seemed to drive his enemies further and further into a corner. 93%. Lionel's right foot swept back in a semicircular arc, gliding along the floor as his hips swerved. A saber whistled by his neck. The distance was too close to use his spear, but that didn't stop him from using his fist. His spear vanished in a blink, and his hip snapped back like an elastic band, his punching rocketing forward with it. Lionel finally connected with something solid, his second-tier armor billowing with violet steam as his star fusion, King's Might, roared. Bang! A shadowy figure was sent flying, piercing through the air. However, just before they crashed into the walls of the city manor, they vanished. Lionel was unmoved by the change. He had already moved again, his void star force rippling as he swung his spear out in a wide arm. Everywhere it passed, strong ripples passed through the air, almost like watching a bullet compress the wind in slow motion. Yet another figure was sent flying, a mouthful of blood flying through the air. Lionel was certain that this one was Kira, and the first had been Oren. They were actually so difficult to tell apart for him, even now. Even so, Kira too vanished before crashing into anything. Lionel exhaled a breath, his frigid gaze becoming even colder. A piercing headache was threatening to split his mind in two currently, but he couldn't seem to feel it at all, having activated dream sense. He held his spear out, his heel slowly pivoting. Kira and Oren didn't appear for a long while. He narrowed his eyes, breathing slowly. But even after several minutes had passed by, they didn't appear again. They've left? Lionel made a show of relaxing slightly, but his heart was secretly on guard. For a pair of assassins like them, he wouldn't casually lower his guard. Although he had gained the upper hand while relying on his ability index, his mind felt like it was going to explode. Simulating the two of them and their actions felt like the most difficult thing he had ever done, and he was certain they hadn't even been going all out. Did they only come to probe me? But this would be their best opportunity to get rid of me. Why would they only come to probe me? Lionel's gaze narrowed. Something was odd here. Of course, Kira's identity was a bit surprising to him. It had to be remembered that the Silver Empire had been destroyed because of their relation to demons. The fact that Oren had demon blood running through his veins as a Morales was shocking in and of itself, but to also have contact with the demon race as well, that was definitely a step beyond anything Lionel could have expected. Lionel hadn't said anything about Kira's identity out loud, because of this very reason. In addition, maybe only he could see through such a thing at a glance. He had not only seen demons personally, he had the sensory capabilities to see the true nature of a person's soul. Unless one had a higher dream force affinity than himself, or an extraordinary treasure, it was simply impossible for them to hide their true nature from him. But what was their purpose exactly? Fade him big bro Oren, is that all? Kira appeared. By this time, they were already far outside the limits of Lionel's territory, having already crossed a large distance through the ocean. Kira was a bit indignant. It seemed she had wanted to fight some more. This was the second time she had lost to Lionel like that. Oren showed a rare smile and laughed, rubbing Kira's head like she was still a little girl. He's worthy of being our Morales family's heir. It was just a little test. You didn't even let me use 10% of my strength, though. That's not fair. Oren laughed harder. You're in the 7th dimension. Even if you won, would it be fair? Kira crossed her arms over her chest and pouted. You know my situation. I can't become the heir of the Morales. It'll only cause them catastrophe. But before I exit stage left, they'll have to deal with another catastrophe first. Oren's gaze turned cold, facing in the direction of 3rd Nova's territory. He only had one goal here, and that was to deal with that third cousin of his. At that moment, on the night side continent, 3rd Nova stood over the territory of 4th Nova. CO had suffered a crushing defeat. Chapter 2001, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:54 and 9 seconds AM. Chapter 2001, Kill. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lionel stood in silence for a long while. Despite his fatigue, his mind raced at a mile a minute, moving through all sorts of scenarios. Nothing seemed to make perfect sense, though. Ultimately, no matter how he sliced it, this was 2nd Nova's best chance to deal with him. There was no advantage to gain by waiting unless he truly wanted to wait until Lionel was in an even more sorry state than this one. That meant that there was a better than 60% chance that 2nd Nova hadn't come here with the intention of dealing with him at all. His original intention was just to probe him, and it might even be potentially true that 2nd Nova planned on giving up on the Air Wars in their entirety. But if he was willing to give up on Air Wars in the first place, then why did he participate? Even if he didn't like the optics of giving up without trying, what was the big difference between that and giving up midway? That seemed to point to the fact that 2nd Nova wanted to test the heirs and pick whomever he liked best. But in that case, why did he vanish? If he had decided on Lionel, then wouldn't he be helping Lionel? What was the intention in just leaving directly? It had to be remembered that each family was limited to 2 heirs, but there was a very obvious exception to this, and that was the Morales who had 7 heirs. This was tacitly allowed by the other families for a few reasons. First, the Morales were already the targets of everyone to begin with. Second, while the others were simply here for glory or to deal with Lionel, the Morales family heirs were here to fight for the position of heirs. As such, they inherently could not work together as they were competing with one another. The other families would obviously step in if it seemed like the Morales heirs were teaming up, and it would counter whatever advantage they could gain by doing so. It was probably even best to separate the focus of the families. By doing this, though, this would likely place even more pressure on Lionel, was one of the main focuses to begin with. Why was this all so important? It was because if Oren really wanted to help Lionel, he wouldn't just injure him and then vanish. There were many other things he could do even if he didn't participate himself. Plus, why did he have to test Lionel in the air wars themselves? He had had plenty of opportunities in the last month to meet Lionel privately. All of this pointed to the fact that Oren had something he wanted to do in the air war specifically, and whatever that was, he felt that it was more important than even his chances of becoming an heir. In fact, he might have no intention of becoming an heir in the first place. In missing something, what is it Lionel didn't like this feeling? Usually, when he didn't have enough information, he wouldn't bother to waste time trying to deduce, but this felt different. He felt that this was too important to ignore, and yet he still didn't have the information he needed to deduce the answer. It was endlessly frustrating. Suddenly, Lionel's gaze sharpened. There was no doubt that Oren was targeting someone that the air wars made much more convenient to target. Who could that person be? That person had to be someone that was difficult to target outside of this place. That seemed to point toward one of the heirs of the other families. But why would targeting a seventh-dimensional existence be so important to Oren? There were only two explanations. Either this seventh-dimensional existence had offended Oren in a way that was far too great for him to ignore, or this seventh-dimensional existence would, in the future, become a world-changing sort of threat. Lionel knew quite a bit about Oren and the other heirs. Oren was the head of an exceptionally powerful information network, but he didn't sell his services. This made sense to many people at the time. After all, they all assumed that he had built it up because of the air wars. But if Oren had never had any intention of becoming an heir, then why did he build an information network he had no intention of profiting from? That led Lionel right back to the first two explanations. Either to find someone who had greatly offended him, or find someone who posed an existential risk to the Morales family, or maybe even the human domain as a whole. Lionel's brows glowed like two torches. He felt his dream force shifting, his simulations becoming sharper and sharper. What if the reason Oren gave up on being an heir was because he knew that his actions would lose him the right? How could a seventh-dimensional existence be an existential threat? They were too weak. Well, how could a sixth-dimensional existence like Lionel possibly have become a threat in the eyes of the powerhouses of the human domain? The explanation was the same. This seventh-dimensional existence had to have the ability to gain access to a power that no one else could. Lionel was a prince of the Ascension Empire and an heir of the Morales family. This was unacceptable in the eyes of many, as they believed that this was just the Morales family laying claim to the only eighth-dimensional territory of the human domain via unscrupulous means. Suddenly it all seemed to click, and the pieces slid into place. Fatem Lionel's aura suddenly flourished, and his strength took a large leap forward. From Tier 7, he stepped into Tier 8, his dream 4 stars gaining more runes as they swirled about with a strong, pulsing, silvery light. He came here to kill. He came here to kill an heir of the Morales. Chapter 2002, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:54 and 8 seconds a.m. Chapter 2002. Who? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, Lionel's gaze was exceptionally bright at this moment. He felt that things had fallen in line, but this still opened up questions for who it could possibly be, and more importantly, why. Lionel didn't feel that Oren was likely to be a person who acted without cause. In fact, all of his actions seemed to point toward the fact that he was very much prepared for all of this. Those several broken city cores should be his attempts at testing several hypotheses for sneaking into cities without detection. After all, given the territory maps, Lionel could monitor everything in his territory with great ease. That was why he was so comfortable leaving it behind. Then there was his information network. He might have already used several kill exchanges to spread them out across the two supercontinents. That was how he knew exactly where Lionel was, despite the fact Lionel had a decoy city still sitting in the middle of the continent, and he likely knew exactly where his target heir was as well. In fact, this final probe of Lionel before he set off was just a final check to ensure that everything was in line and working perfectly, killing two birds with one stone. This person was meticulous, intelligent, and most importantly, patient. He hadn't even made a move until almost a week had passed in the Air Wars, and he was still carefully planning even now. Ironically, due to his true demon blood, Oren was even calmer than most Morales, as the lineage factor did affect his mind as much as it did the others. On top of that, he was young comparatively speaking, meaning the Morales lineage factor had yet to impact him nearly as greatly as it did the other Morales ancestors. What was most convincing to Lionel was that just now he had gotten the final hit in on Oren, and yet the latter didn't feel the need to prove a point. Lionel knew Oren was holding back and could have made him suffer a loss before leaving, but he hadn't. This wasn't a rash person who couldn't control his own ego. Like this, even without understanding the underlying story, Lionel already believed Oren. But the question was, who was Oren targeting? Lionel's thoughts flickered, his mind settling on one person, Fourth Nova. Lionel deduced that Fourth Nova had the highest odds of being the person Oren was targeting. Back then, Lionel had thought that Fourth Nova wanted to sign Aina to a slave contract just because he thought she was a beauty, but what if it was more than that? Just a few weeks prior to that, hadn't the Three-Finger Cult appeared in an attempt to snatch Aina away due to her blood sovereignty? What if this was Fourth Nova's goal all along? Lionel's thoughts flowed incredibly smoothly, and he felt his mind making connections that he had never made before. He immediately decided who was the most likely to be Oren's target based on his own biases. The second most likely, Third Nova. I think you should take a look at Lionel's gaze flickered with a cold light. Third Nova had some ties with the Suyard family, and had even aided in the collapse of the stalwart polearm faction back then. These were records that Lionel only learned about after reading through the transcriptions of the Void Senate gatherings. Of course, this wasn't immediately obvious through the Senate filings. But who was Lionel, and how good was his deduction skills? Even if the Suyard family and the Unfettered Blade Party never admitted it, he didn't need their admission. That timing was also suspicious, because it was also during that time that there was a change to the original True Selection, and the geniuses of the Cataclysm generation were shipped off to the Rapax nest. This wasn't in any Senate documents, as it was a unilateral decision, but this was even easier for Lionel to deduce for one specific reason: his father. Why would his father take Rosen Suyard's arm if the Suyard family was not related to this? This seemed to paint the picture that Third Nova was in bed with the Suyard family, and may have even used this to intentionally target Lionel. Lionel didn't have enough evidence to further connect this to the Three-Finger Cult, as the Suyard family didn't seem to have any relations to them. If they had, Lionel believed his father would have taken Rosen's head, not his arm. Lionel had quite a lot of belief in his father. That much was obvious. But anyone who had seen the rage in Velasco's eyes when he spoke of the Three-Finger Cult and the things they had done to his father and Lionel's grandfather would likewise understand. It was because of this that Lionel placed Third Nova a step beneath Fourth Nova. A Morales heir with ties to the Three-Finger Cult versus a Morales heir that was a puppet of the Suyard family. Both were absolutely terrible, but one was still clearly worse than the other. Of course, this also made the assumption that Oren knew of the Three-Finger Cult and could even find their tail in this fashion. But Lionel didn't feel that this was a great leap at all. Lionel had deduced long ago that it seemed that the Three-Finger Cult, the Silver Empire, and the Morales family had an odd line connecting them all. Why were the lineage factors of the Silver Empire and Morales family so similar? Why were they both seemingly related to demons? Why was it that of all the ancestors that the Three-Finger Cult could have targeted to kill, they would choose his grandfather? He hadn't found any information of the Three-Finger Cult being so bold with anyone else. Then there was the most obvious thing. Oren had demon blood, and seemed to be mixed in the middle of all of this. If there was any Morales heir aware of the three-finger cult and maybe understood some of these underlying secrets, would it be him? Chapter 2003, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:54 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 2003. Devastating if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The third, most likely, was Sixth Nova, and that was only because Lionel knew the least about him, while the fourth was First Nova. Sixth Nova was an unknown variable, while First Nova was the son of the current patriarch. The latter faced almost too much scrutiny on the daily basis to avoid detection of the masses. But the real question was, what would Lionel do about this? Given the strength of Kira and Orin, he didn't think any one of the Umbra family could follow them covertly. The best he could do was monitor the general situation of the Nightside supercontinent. But what if he failed? Lionel's brow furrowed. Just as he was thinking, several flashes entered the city lord's mansion. He didn't even need to look to know that it was the Umbra family. They were actually a day late, but he didn't berate them. If there wasn't a good reason, they wouldn't be. Lionel had originally expected them back yesterday, but the fact they had only come today wasn't bad news. It was actually good news. It meant there was information to be had. As expected, after Radlease began his report, Lionel's gaze narrowed. When he got to the end, Lionel's entire perspective shifted. Fourth Nova fell. Lionel's heart skipped a beat. This could only mean that his deduction was wrong. If the number one threat to Orin could fall to Third Nova's hands so easily, then Orin would have never had to put in so much effort in the first place. Lionel had a hard time believing that someone as powerful as Orin, and more importantly intelligent, would put so much effort into something that was such a non-factor. The only explanation was that Fourth Heaven wasn't the true threat. The true threat was Third Nova. Third Nova's forces were too overwhelming. He had exaggerated numbers under his wing, and they were all of exceptional strength. Fourth Nova didn't even last very long before he was directly kicked out. After that, his actions caused a cascade of events. Sixth Nova fell not long afterward, and it's somewhat unknown how this happened. Originally, Sixth Nova was stuck between the spiritual faith and the Omen Empire, but neither seemed to have been the ones to take him out. He just suddenly vanished, and his territory crumbled not long after. Lionel frowned. Could it be that Second Nova had gone after Sixth Nova? Was he wrong about his intentions all along? Then again, it might also be a method of protecting Sixth Nova. Aside from him, Sixth Nova was the youngest, and he was most definitely the weakest among them all after the strength Lionel had seen Fifth Nova display. This wasn't the fault of Sixth Nova. He was just disadvantaged. He had only just entered the seventh dimension, and most of his subordinates weren't up to par. He faced similar issues to Lionel. More than just himself had been screwed over by the delay in the Air Wars. But would Third Nova really dare to kill? At the end of the day, Patriarch of the Morales family was just a temporary position, and one could almost be considered a figurehead. The ones who held the real power in the family were still the ancestors. Just by becoming the Patriarch, Third Nova couldn't just hand over the reins of the family to the Seward family. Even if there were family rules protecting Third Nova, given the fiery tempers of the Morales ancestor, would he even last a day past a single reckless decision? That was when Lionel's expression suddenly changed. I think you should take a look at that was right. The checks and balances of the Morales family were so impossibly sturdy. There was an underlying threat here that he wasn't seeing, an underlying threat that made Second Nova entirely unwilling to see Third Nova even have a chance. Lionel's gaze suddenly became frighteningly cold. Third Nova had made an enemy he wasn't even expecting to have made. Not only would Lionel defeat him, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Worst came to worst. If Lionel interrogated his soul and found that he was wrong, he would simply revive him. But from what it seemed like now, although he didn't have the evidence, Third Nova was tied to something exceptionally sinister. Orin could have never guessed that just a single probing attack of Lionel, an encounter that lasted no more than a few minutes, would actually give the latter this much information. As for whether this was a good thing or not, only time would tell. After Sixth Nova fell, there was a huge shift in the land. He had controlled a great deal of territory, and with his disappearance after his badge was crushed, all of his subordinates vanished as well. The other territories attempted to swallow it up, leading to a whole host of battles, of which it seemed that First Nova came on top. Third Nova had been occupied by his battle with Fourth Nova and didn't receive the information until much later. By the time he marched over, the land had already been divided. The only powers worthy of note left on the Night Side continent are First Nova, Third Nova, the Spiritual Faith, the Omen, the Seward family, the Ram family, and the Pious family. Lionel's gaze flickered. Could it be that Second Nova had taken out Sixth Nova to cause this abrupt change? His timing was even so perfect, with Third Nova occupied by Fourth Nova. The one who gained the most advantage was First Nova, and Third Nova was late to react. What is the Seward family up to? Why does it feel like you have so little information about them? Lionel couldn't help but realize this. Also, he hadn't quite abandoned the idea that Third Nova was tied to them. With one being so active and the other being so silent, it felt suspicious. It doesn't seem that the Seward family has done much, but they are currently preparing to form the first gold-grade territory of that continent. Although I can't be certain, it seems that their trust in their heir is exceptionally high. They aren't using any schemes or plans. Until this point, they've crushed everything in their path with pure strength. It seems like they're waiting for something. Lionel fell into silence. Something was brewing. He had already expected the air wars to come with a ton of extra baggage, but this single encounter with Second Nova had blasted open a door that he hadn't expected. These air wars and the aftermath would be more devastating than he had imagined. Lionel didn't know how right he was at that moment. Chapter 2004, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:54 and 3 seconds a.m., Chapter 2004. Entirely if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Lionel didn't reply. He tried to think, but he felt his mind was growing foggy. After a moment of thought, he realized that it was best if he entered the pod now. If there was another attack, he wouldn't even be able to stand straight, let alone deal with it. After 15 minutes had passed, Lionel stepped out feeling refreshed and invigorated. His eyes carried much more clarity within them, and he could feel the changes to his dream force more substantially. He had actually stepped into the second layered state. This was a bit of a surprise. Although Lionel had already felt that he was close, he hadn't expected that pushing his dream simulation so far would allow him to take such a step. Even so, he greatly welcomed it, though he felt that he had to be more careful. Dream Force was only a small part of his emulation spatial force. Having such high control of Dream Force while lagging in spatial force, while it wouldn't impact him negatively physically, might skew his comprehension of emulation spatial force down an improper path in the future. Suddenly, Lionel froze. No, I've been thinking about all of this incorrectly to begin with. Lionel's dreamscape sparked with greater vigor as his eyes glowed. Now that his mind wasn't fatigued, the benefits of the improvements to his dream force and its positive impact on his ability index breathed a lung of fresh air into Lionel's body. His mind jumped, and sparks of lightning connected force crafting, the life grade, and his emulation spatial force, a wild series of connections that seemed completely irrelevant together. But to Lionel, it made all the sense in the world. A force, its existence, is just an exhibit of the life grade. Y-Star Order already implied this when he described the existence of Scarlet Star Force to me. The reason it's dangerous for my innate nodes to be so perfect and complete, and yet for my comprehension of it to be lacking, is precisely because this force has a life of its own. It has a disposition, a personality of sorts, born from its own uniqueness. In that case, why would emulation spatial force be different? The unique characteristic of a life grade is that it had left behind its individual parts and become something entirely different. Although it is true that emulation spatial force is formed of dream force and spatial force, considering it as the sum of its parts rather than something exponentially different will only hold me back. Lionel's gaze glowed, and the back of his neck glowed with a silvery gold. Suddenly, he tapped at the air before him. A wide net appeared before him, but it became clear soon that it was less of a net and more of a grid. This grid of perfect cubes began to bend and warp. It looked almost like a simulation of gravity and the impact great masses had on space and its nodes. The nodes began to shift and change, and if one paid close attention, it would be possible to see that Lionel was repeating the pattern of slight distortion around his own body. One after another, a perfect replica of the distortions continued to multiply again and then again. Lionel's gaze glowed. His outstretched finger flipped, and he suddenly snapped his finger. Right at that moment, the golden grid was flooded with a silvery flame. At that moment, the distortions solidified, and one perfect replica of Lionel appeared after another. Soon, the entire City Lord Manor was filled with clones of Lionel. Up above the Air Wars world, few were still paying attention to Lionel in the grand scheme. But when it came to the most important figures, although fireworks were going off on the night side continent, none of them left Lionel for more than a few minutes at a time. I think you should take a look at when they saw him break into Tier 8, seemingly just standing and thinking. Their pupils couldn't help but constrict. There didn't seem to be anything logical about his breakthrough. Only Ancestor Hito could sense the sudden eruption of Lionel's dream force. He had comprehended something profound that allowed him to take such a step. But for Lionel to comprehend something like that right after a battle, and in such a tired state, just what kind of monster was he exactly? It didn't make any sense. However, this change shocked them even more than before. The reason for that was simple. They couldn't tell which one was the real Lionel. And this included Ancestor Hito, who had formed this world in the first place. Each clone was so perfect that they all felt like the real Lionel. They had seen Lionel use clones already in this war, but they had always been able to easily tell what was happening. But now Lionel's clones suddenly all vanished, and to their shock, the real Lionel, the one they had been locked on all the while, wasn't there at all. Just when they were wondering where he could have possibly gone, their hearts trembled. There, by a pillar of the hall, Lionel stood with a light smile on his face. If they remembered correctly, that was the location of where another clone had been just moments before. That was when it hit them. Lionel had swapped with one of his clones seamlessly, and they hadn't even been able to notice it happened. It had to be remembered that the images they were seeing now were absolutely perfect. There were no details missing. Lionel might as well have been standing right in front of them at the moment. And yet, even as eighth-dimensional existences, they didn't notice the change. It had been perfectly seamless. Lionel didn't seem to care despite the fact he knew others were observing him. He realized his approach had been wrong. He kept thinking of Scarlet Star Force like it was a fire force. It wasn't fire at all. It was fire, star, and light force. Unless he could fuse those concepts in his mind, he had no right to try and define it. This was also the case for his Void Star Force and his Vital Star Force. His perspective on the world seemed to shift entirely. Chapter 2005, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:54 and 2 seconds a.m. Chapter 2005. New path. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel tapped a finger at the air again. At that moment, a wisp of blue appeared. In one moment, it seemed like a liquid, but then it became like a gaseous fog. Sometimes like that fog was viscous, at other times it was as fleeting as the wind. Lionel stared intently. He couldn't seem to decide on a form. After a moment, he waved his hand and let it disperse. He realized after a few seconds that he didn't know nearly enough about Void Star Force to make such a decision, and by extension, he likely didn't know enough about Vital Star Force either. Although he understood what he had to do, taking the actual steps was too difficult. That said, Lionel tapped the air and a flickering red gold flame appeared. However, he almost instantly understood that it was wrong. The flickering flame changed, becoming more and more solid. In the blink of an eye, it went from the wisp of a flame to a solid rotating ball. Every time it rotated, an echo of destruction flew out in a wave. It felt far more powerful, but somehow not quite right either. Lionel's gaze narrowed, and suddenly the solid sphere became covered by a sea of flames, one state of solid and another of fire and gas, supplemented by a hidden layer of echoing silence. It didn't crackle, it didn't pop, a frightening sort of silence enveloped everything. With a clench of his fist, the Scarlet Star Force became a spear. A solid rod formed beneath the raging flames. A blade formed with a glass-like consistency. One could see right through it. And yet, with just a tap to the ground, the foundation of the City Lord Manor seemed to be on the verge of collapsing entirely. So that means Lionel grabbed at the air with another hand, a dark blue spear forming. However, it didn't seem quite right. It was then it suddenly clicked. With a slight shift, the foundation of the dark blue force became an amorphous blob, rotating like a black hole. What was odd was that the center felt completely malleable. However, just before one reached the core, it was entirely solid. The suction force became so strong near it that everything, even the air itself, solidified. If one had paid attention, it would have been clear that this was simply the inversion of what Lionel had done with his Scarlet Star Force, and it suddenly slipped into place. Bang! Suddenly, Lionel's Void Star 4 stars and Scarlet Star 4 stars appeared on their own, their runes rotating to life. Lionel's irises began to glow, one with a fierce red-gold glow, and the other with a fierce blue-black. His hair fluttered. Despite the fact he had only just entered Tier 8, his aura surged once again, and he entered Tier 9. His aura seemed to want to soar past that, but there was simply nowhere to go. His force spilled over in waves, the city trembling again and again. Lionel couldn't seem to hold back. He raised his head to the skies, unleashing a roar. I think you should take a look at the waves of the ocean near his city rose like a tsunami. However, just when it seemed that it would swallow his city whole, it seemed to have crashed into an invisible dome. It was sent flying back with even greater speed, splitting the ocean tides into two to the point the barren bottom of the ocean could be seen for dozens of miles. Lionel's palm flipped over as a spear appeared in his hand. The blade rod expanded and a menacing blade formed. With a step through the air, Lionel appeared high in the skies, thrusting out his spear. His blade tip vanished, and he seemed to have pierced out dozens of times in a single instant. Lionel's stance shifted and his spear swung. A beautiful spear dance overwhelmed the skies. Every time Lionel moved, the clouds above would split. After several moments, a gorgeous pattern appeared within him. The wind moved with his breath, space bent to his movements, time paused with his sight. A complex force art continuously grew beneath his feet. It seemed to respond to his spear dance, forming gentle strokes with his soft movement and thick gauges with his powerful eruptions. Lionel felt like a god upholding the skies. There didn't seem to be a division between the air he thrust through, the skies above, and the earth below. Every time he attacked, it was as though his blade covered everything in the plane, and soon the beautiful pattern appearing in the clouds above also began to form on the ground below. The Morales watching this spear dance felt their spears hum. Those with the spear domain lineage factor couldn't even control themselves as their spear crowns appeared above their heads, their irises flickering with raging spear force that wanted to howl into the skies above. Their hearts moved with Lionel's every swing, their breaths caught in their throats. It had all clicked for Lionel at once. It was all connected. Indeed, the life grade had always been the guiding lamp. The moment he had thought that his force arts would be the secret to the next evolution of his spear, he had been correct. He just hadn't known what the foundation would be. But now he knew. Lionel's gaze sharpened as his spear pierced into the skies. His entire being moved as one. The clouds above and the ground below glowed, the force art beneath his feet suddenly expanding to the point that it dwarfed the city below it. The spear howl seemed to be heard throughout the human domain. It tore through the canopy, forming the maw of a dragon as it soared, striking through the starry skies above. It was the kind of strike that would be indelibly marked in the memories of all those who saw it. It was a statement bolder than arrogance, louder than words, timeless and ageless. It was the strike of a new path of the spear. Chapter 2006. Published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:54 a.m. Chapter 2006. Over 20 years later, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. The hearts of the various ancestors palpitated. That strike. That strike. Why did they feel like it was so dangerous? It was the kind of strike they were confident they could deal with, but it was also the kind of strike they felt that if they were too casual with, they would be forced to suffer a small loss. It could most definitely draw blood. How was that possible? At that moment, Lionel's words from a month ago echoed in their minds once again. Indeed, if they had allowed him to step into the seventh dimension, where would the suspense be? Right before their eyes, Lionel had gone from Tier 7 to Tier 8, and then Tier 9 just 20 minutes later. It should have taken years to cross barriers of the sixth dimension. Lionel had given the others a 20-year head start, and most of them had only barely stepped into Tier 1 of the seventh dimension. Watching a man go through 2 tiers in not even an hour. How could they accept this? What made it worse is how Lionel broke through. This confirmed to them all that it was simply impossible for him to have taken the conventional path. Lionel had obviously used comprehension to break through, and that wasn't possible with the conventional path, which was entirely about tempering the body. He would have needed to consume some resources before he could break through, but they had all been watching him. He had clearly not consumed anything. For one's comprehension to be so strong, could even the likes of Cynthia and Velasco compare? Velasco wasn't even 30 years old when he entered the seventh dimension, just like Lionel. However, what no one realized was that Lionel didn't even know what dimensions were until he was 18 years old, whereas Velasco had been born and raised in the Morales family. It was simply impossible to compare these two things. He had to die. Lionel lowered his spear, his gaze still sparkling. He had never unleashed such a powerful strike before. It felt good. With that strike alone, he had reached the fourth layered state, just a step away from the impetus stage. It had to be remembered that the impetus stage was the requirement for entering the ninth heaven. To even approach such a state was absolutely game-changing. However, Lionel wasn't complacent. For one, to unleash that attack, he needed to complete his spear dance. Right now, his methods were imperfect, so he first had to draw the power of several strikes before converging them into one. The process of drawing the force art currently shrinking beneath his feet right now wasn't small. At the moment, it took over 10,000 strokes of his spear to reach this perfect state. In battle at his level, that would take several minutes to achieve, around 5 minutes or so. This wasn't very long normally, but a lot could happen to battle, the most obvious of which would be his ritual being interrupted. And obviously, a person who he needed to use such a strike against would be more than capable of interrupting him. The second problem was that this was the fourth layered state for a mere sixth-dimensional spear force. If he improved to a seventh-dimensional spear force now, he would only be able to touch the third layered state with this spear dance. And Lionel had no intention of holding back his spear force just for this. There was good news, though. I think you should take a look at when he began his spear dance. Each and every one of his spear strikes was at the limit of the third layer, individually more powerful than almost any other technique he had. This meant that while he was accumulating, it wasn't as though he couldn't threaten his opponent. In fact, he would be likely to shred an enemy to pieces before he could even unleash the final attack. But then there was more bad news. Lionel wasn't quite sure how to translate this to his bow. With his spear, he could use his spear dance, but with his bow, he could only stand in place and draw his bowstring. He would be a sitting duck. When would he have the time to stand around for 5 minutes in battle without attacking? For the first time, his spear had actually surpassed his archery, at least in this regard. Luckily, there was more good news. There were 2 paths before him to improve now. The first was simplifying the force art. The second was strengthening it, decreasing the number of lines for the former, and potentially adding layers of complexity for the latter. In addition, this was just one spear dance. Lionel felt that he could create more with differing aspects. This one was particularly overbearing. It was like a beast rampaging within its cage and pulling against its chains, roaring when it finally made its way out. If he could create several spear dances, each with their own unique flair, he could one day enter a state of battle where he never had to step out of his spear dances at all. He could glide from one spear dance to the next, seamlessly using them. If he reached such a state, it would be almost impossible to interrupt a spear dance because he could just flow into another. If it was himself flowing from one to the next, he wouldn't lose any progress. That way, he could incrementally complete one spear dance at a time until he had gathered so much momentum that he could bulldoze his opponents. In fact, maybe one day he would even be able to fuse the final strikes of his spear dances into one, creating an ultimate attack that was simply unblockable. Lionel's spear trembled once, and he took a breath, exhaling. He looked down at the heavy black rod in his hands. In the past, just trying to catch it had crushed his fingers, but now he could hear it roar. Just now, Lionel had finally sensed the domain of the black rod, and he couldn't help but grin. Over 20 years ago, he had given up the shadow sovereign lineage factor and chose to protect an unborn child. 20 years later, things seemed to have come full circle. Who could have known that he had had shadow sovereignty in the palm of his hands all the while? Chapter 2007, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:53 and 58 seconds a.m. Chapter 2007. Good timing if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel's gaze shifted to the force art slowly shrinking beneath his feet. He realized that he probably had one more strike in him if he did so now, but it would only be about half as strong as the one just now. Depending on the situation in battle, he'll have to adjust that. Whether I grow more efficient at releasing it all at once, or hold back on the first strike so that I can have a second. Either way, he'll just have to keep those thoughts tucked in the back of my mind. Lionel subtly nodded to himself and stepped down from the skies. In the past, he still had to rely on his emulation spatial force to step into the air, but he could now do it on his own. Aside from those with flying ability indexes, he was probably the only one of the sixth dimension who could do this without relying on force itself, but rather a comprehension of force. This, though, made it clearer to Lionel the kind of gap that existed between the sixth and seventh dimensions. He still remembered a time he could just barely battle against those of the fifth dimension when he was still in the third. But now this small gap had actually caused him so much trouble. From the sixth dimension onward, every step was fundamentally different and world-changing. Flying was an ability only those who used the God Path and had stepped into the seventh dimension could perform. There was something metaphysical that changed in a person's being. Lionel had stepped into that realm, just now relying on his comprehension, but others had undergone this change with their bodies. When this was put into perspective, the large gap between what seemed to be just a single step made much more sense. On the ground, Radleys shook his head. He had just stepped out from a pod himself, as these last 2 days had been really taxing for him. He didn't expect to see Lionel entering Tier 9 right before his eyes. It had to be remembered that not even a year ago, he had witnessed Lionel going from Tier 1 to Tier 3 right before his eyes, and now he was already in Tier 9, right after he had already stepped into Tier 8. It would be easier to accept if he had taken the conventional path, but this was very clearly not that. His aura was too powerful, and his momentum was far too stifling. Radleys had never met anyone in the first tiers of the seventh dimension with a stronger aura than Lionel. By the time Lionel had landed, his light smile had vanished into the same cold expression he had carried for much of the Air Wars. He could allow the time he had just wasted to go because he had exchanged it for more strength, but in general, he didn't want to waste any more time. Now that he was in Tier 9, he had much more confidence. The only unfortunate part was that he didn't have the next layers of dimensional cleanse. To Lionel, the actual process of going through tiers didn't necessitate dimensional cleanse, but the breakthrough process did. In addition, Lionel had yet to fully comprehend the sixth dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse either. He had done so for the fifth dimensional layer, allowing him to pass it on to others, but he had yet to even actively practice the sixth dimensional layer, let alone comprehend it. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. He simply had too much to do, and he was always busy. If not for his sharp comprehension, Making it to Tier 9 in such a short time would have been nothing more than a good joke. Lionel slotted this matter to the back of his mind. It seemed like, just as he had with the fifth-dimensional layer, he would have to practice at last minute. That said, that didn't mean that he had no idea of how he might proceed forward. After all, dimensional cleanse was clearly very closely tied with the universal cycle comprehension and methods of the Cataclysm Zone. Panda's novel. This meant that the next step likely involved taking his stars and crossing from the heavenly body realm into the natural light realm. Then to enter the seventh dimension, he would need to shatter them and enter the cosmos realm. If that was the case, even if he wanted to, Lionel wouldn't be able to practice the sixth-dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse. That was because he still hadn't gained enlightenment on the natural light realm. Radlease continued to monitor the situation on the night side continent. He'll provide the points. I want you to build a bride of outposts between the edge of our territory and the opposing shoreline. Use those outposts as your method of quickly returning here. I want to report every 6 hours. You can connect it right here. Lionel pointed out several things on the map and then relayed a few more orders. After he was done, he sent Radlease and the other members of the Umbra family away. Outposts could only be set up such that some part of their range was within a range of territory you already owned. So Lionel had no choice but to waste the points needed to build an entire bridge across the ocean just for the sake of this convenience. But right now, information was extremely important to him. In addition, given the fact that the outposts would be hidden under the ocean's tides, the likelihood of them being found was minimal, and even if they were found, so what? He really wanted to see who would dare to attack him casually right now. Lionel's gaze flashed with a fierce light. At that moment, several teleportation signals were received, and flashes of light rippled out as those Lionel had sent out to clear the challenges and dungeons began to return. Lionel nodded to himself. This timing was good. He would take the time to maximize the rewards they had gained first before heading out to hunt more air-grade threats. Chapter 2008, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:53 and 57 seconds a.m. Chapter 2008. Huge deal if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The first thing the others brought back was quite interesting. It was a water freezing reward. It was exceptionally difficult to freeze salted water for obvious reasons, and oceans in higher dimensional worlds were even more resistant to such things. The Air Wars planet had poles, but they weren't frozen over as one might expect, or more accurately, the waters that ran through it weren't. This wasn't only because the waters were salted, but also because the ocean of this world was akin to a very wide river, constantly moving about and orbiting the planet. The freeze reward came from an air-grade dungeon, and it could be used in two ways. The first was to build a bridge. If Lionel wanted to, he could build an ice bridge from his current territory to the other side of the ocean. This bridge would be exceptionally deep and thick. Destroying it would be hundreds of times more difficult than breaking down the walls of an air-grade city. The second use case was to build an ice island. This island would be even more immutable and nigh indestructible. Though its range would obviously be much shorter than that of the ice bridge, it would still be about 10 kilometers in diameter. In addition, this ice island would come with its own city core, allowing one to build a territory upon it. This city would be unique. Rather than receiving 100 times reduction to one's territory, the reduction would only be 10 times. This meant if Lionel had a city transfer reward and displaced his city to the ice island, the 2,000-kilometer range he had that had been limited to 20 kilometers would become 200 kilometers instead. This was quite an exceptional benefit. After all, Lionel had to spend 30 billion points previously to gain just 300 kilometers of range. He would gain two-thirds of that essentially for free if he could get a transfer reward. The width of the ocean was easily over 500 kilometers. It wrapped around the entire planet as well, so its length was easily over 3,000 kilometers. Even so, this would go a long way. If Lionel could block out a section of the ocean with more than just outposts, the benefit would be exceptional and also stop others from encroaching without a willingness to bear arms. Even so, Lionel set this matter aside for a small time. The next reward was actually quite an excellent one. It was an air-grade protector. This was worth a great deal. An air-grade protector was worth easily 10 of just one of the soul constructs he had gathered until now. Even better than that, their defensive abilities were off the charts. So ultimately, their combat strength was better than just the estimate of 10 Lionel had. It would probably be able to deal with a fifth of the air-grade generals come the air-grade upgrade challenge. Lionel crushed the rewards and released it, allowing it to join the other lower-grade protectors. Though they were invisible for now, when the time came, they should be quite useful. The next few rewards were miscellaneous, but useful nonetheless. This included an air-grade city wall collapse reward, a territory expanding reward, and a gold-grade upgrade pass. The territory expanding reward was especially interesting because it was air-grade. It allowed one to expand their territory as though one already had an air-grade city. The territory of an air-grade city was measured differently. The gold grade had a limit of 2,000 kilometers even after one exchanged points for more expansion. But an air-grade territory encompassed a continent, meaning if Lionel used this reward, so long as there weren't the territories of others present, his territory would expand to engulf a continent. The trouble with this, though, was that Lionel's goal was obviously the ocean, and this reward wouldn't allow him to claim the entire ocean for obvious reasons. But as a reward from an ocean dungeon, there was obviously a provision for it to be used in this fashion. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. This was when Lionel learned that the ocean was split into 4 seas according to this description, each sea taking up a fourth of its length. According to the reward, if he attached this territory expansion to a special ocean territory, he would be able to claim up to an entire sea for himself. Lionel's gaze flickered when he read through this. That was because he had access to one such thing already, and that would be the Ice Island City. That said, there was a bit of a drawback. He would only be able to claim half of a sea with a gold-grade city. In order to claim a whole sea, he would need an air-grade territory. Lionel fell into thought. He had access to more than enough cities now, although he didn't use them. There was his decoy city, which he could upgrade now with his gold-grade upgrade pass. After that, he would only need to find one more city to trigger the air-grade upgrade challenge. Panda's novel calm, but there were 2 major problems with this. First, this would obviously make the air-grade upgrade challenge 3 times more difficult, and he was still accumulating to challenge even the base-level challenge. Unfortunately, he was still an enormous amount of points away from being able to afford it, and he was constantly spending points now, the Bride of Outpost just being one matter. The second issue was that challenging with a special ocean territory meant that he would have to deal with oceanic beasts instead of land beasts. They would be a huge headache for obvious reasons, and his formation wasn't here to support him. However, claiming an entire city was a huge deal. That was especially since this reward didn't say anything about being limited by the territories of others. That likely meant that even if there was someone encroaching on his sea right this moment, they would be kicked out. This was a huge deal. Lionel fell into silence. Chapter 2009, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:55 and 19 seconds a.m. Chapter 2009. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2009 Battle Intent. Lionel had to function with the assumption that if he could accomplish something, although he was ahead now, that didn't mean others couldn't accomplish it in the future. In fact, there were probably multiple paths to accomplish the same thing. That meant in the future there would likely be others claiming seas, and Lionel knew that he had to be one of them. More importantly, he had to be the first among them. Right now, the only advantage he had outside of his own combat strength was that he was the first to form a gold-grade territory. But if he was complacent, soon, others would begin to catch up. If he idled any longer, his advantage would be swallowed up. This was why he had taken the risk to march on the day's side continent in the first place. However, this decision was still many times more difficult. The simple fact was that he didn't see a simple path toward clearing the air-grade upgrade challenge, let alone 3 times it. He had fought the air-grade threats personally just now. They were monsters. With the improvements to his strength, He could likely take one down easily now, but a single wave would have 100, a fusion challenge would have 300. Most of his subordinates couldn't battle even a single gold-grade threat, let alone 300 air-grade threats. That didn't mention the other elephant in the room, 100 million gold-grade threats, or 300 million in this case. That was the population of a decently sized country back on Earth. In the grand scheme of the human domain, it was a small number, but it was a crushing mountain to the current Lionel. Even if he had the option, he wouldn't be able to control that many soul constructs either, even if he factored in the recent improvement to his dream force. Lionel took a breath and exhaled, closing his eyes. This had to be done. The only thought process now should be figuring out how. His eyes snapped open, and his focus seemed to have increased. He scanned through the remaining rewards, most of which were still miscellaneous until he landed on one. This reward was in the shape of a conch one could blow into. There were two options. The first was to summon 10 air-grade threats. The other was to summon 1 million gold-grade threats. All of them would be oceanic beasts. Lionel's gaze narrowed. It seems that I'll have to bring out one more of my trump cards. Those watching likely had no idea just how much Lionel was holding back currently. He had many methods that he hadn't used, but that was because he was aware that he was being observed and his goal was never just to win the air wars. His eyes had been on the war that was doubtless to follow once he did win. In his eyes, this was nothing more than a precursor. But in order to assure his victory, it seemed he would have to bring out a bit more. He raised the conch to his lips. His chest expanded, and he practically roared into its body. A billowing sound that caused the ocean to become agitated echoed time and time again. Then he lowered it. You all go and rest. When you feel refreshed, continue with the same plan. Well, keep pushing forward like this. There'll only be just one slight change. The rewards from dungeons are less predictable, and there's no reproducibility. Focus on challenges for now, namely challenges with the highest possibility of producing upgrade clear rewards. Once we found one more gold grade upgrade challenge clear reward and a territory displacement reward, change your focus back to dungeons. The others nodded, and Lionel handed a ring to Aina. Aina, these are the corpses of the air grade threats I've dealt with until now. From now on, I won't kill them. Is this enough? Aina swept her senses into it and looked up with a nod. It's enough. This will last me a very long time. Good? Lionel nodded before flickering and vanishing. Lionel appeared on the tall city walls, looking down to the churning waters below. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Calm one after another. Large oceanic beasts began to appear. Each was at least 20 meters large, and they were all stingrays glistening with a silvery black color. Panda's novel. Calm, these stingrays were all gold-grade threats, and with the conch by his side, they were all under Lionel's control. Lionel hopped down from the city walls and landed on the back of one. He inspected it for a moment before diving below the raging waters. The scene below could only be described as fascinating. These stingrays went for as far as the eye could see, especially in these dark waters. Their majesty was great and their beauty greater, but this wouldn't do much to help Lionel. He tested it just now, and the amount of control he had over these stingrays was incredibly limited. At Beast, he could point them toward a direction to attack, and he could group them up. As for how they attacked, that was left up to them. This army of 1 million seemed majestic, but they would get chewed up and spit out by an army of 300 million. Even the 3 million from Lionel's gold grade challenge would have laid waste to them. However, Lionel still inspected them all one by one. If one was paying attention to his mind, it would be possible to see a perfect replica of each stingray being carefully slotted away. They were accurate down the finest millimeter, completely flawless. After several moments, Lionel resurfaced. He commanded the stingrays to stay near the surface and avoid running into the territory of the ocean beasts below. If he lost a few of them for a stupid reason, it would be too late to regret. Lionel appeared back with his city and exhaled a breath. Each stingray was a slightly different size. It seemed that he couldn't rely on the segmented cube this time. Although it might be possible to create something simple like a collar with an adjustable size and mass produce it that way, the effects wouldn't be what he wanted. The power would be limited. Lionel's gaze glowed. It seemed he would have to act personally again. As for Lionel's plan, it was about time he put an idea that had been swimming in mind to action. Back in the Cataclysm Zone, he had seen a concept for armors that could allow troops to fuse their power into one and output more strength than just the sum of their parts. It was akin to working in formation, but with warriors being the nodes instead of something else. If he wanted to clear the air grade upgrade challenge as quickly as possible, he would have to create an army of gold grade threats that could destroy a threat 300 times their size. Little Tali squirmed from its position on Lionel's wrist, clearly feeling Lionel's battle intent. Or maybe it should be called crafting intent. A cold smile spread across Lionel's lips. These old bastards would have to watch carefully now. The number one crafter of the younger generation had been him for a very long while. If they truly thought he had opponents, they would be in for a rude awakening. Chapter 2010, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:55 and 20 seconds a.m. Chapter 2010, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2010, true talent little Tali snaked out from around Lionel's wrist, spreading into the skies. This little one had been noticed by everyone long ago, but it only now seemed to click that Lionel didn't have the slightest protection on his body. He came into direct contact with little Tali without the slightest worry. His synergy with his metal spirit was as high as it could be. But what was maybe even more shocking than this was the fact little Tali was still only in the 5th dimension. What was Lionel planning to do with such a weak metal spirit? They had seen Lionel use little Tali before, but back then Lionel was only bending a metal alloy into shape, and that metal wasn't necessarily designed to be hard and sturdy. It was only created for the sake of facilitating his dream world. But now Lionel's gaze flashed. He didn't even seem intent on using a workbench. In his mind, several blueprints flashed and then vanished before flashing once again. He refined, shattered, and then rebuilt. Lionel tapped at the air as little Tali circled his neck before rising high into the skies. At that moment, the grid of his emulation spatial force appeared once again. Quickly, Lionel's settled-upon design began to appear. It was in the shape of an odd winged armor. There was a strong spine that ran down the back and looked like a sapphire blue set of spinal bones locked into one another. Each ended in a menacing blade, and despite the fact it was just a projection, the sharpness seemed to tear into the eyes of those watching. After a moment of astonishment, it suddenly clicked. This sort of armor wasn't for humans, it was for the stingrays. Their eyes couldn't help but open wide. That was impossible. Setting aside the fact creating an armor you weren't used to was an almost impossible task. Doing so for 1,000,000 existence was an endeavor that should have taken years of effort. Even if you sped it up, it should take months. Even if you completed an armor a second, completing 1,000,000 of them would take over a week, nearing 2, let alone the fact it would take several hours to complete just one. Even if you managed to complete one an hour, a pace that could only be said to be blazing, it would take over a century. They couldn't fathom what Lionel was trying to do. Even if he had a method to speed up these timetables by several factors, several months would still be an overly exaggerated estimate. But even then, several months might be enough time for the entire air wars to come to an end. At that point, should Lionel have a better go-to than this? Unless this was really all he had. The Morales ancestors could only sigh. Lionel had truly done quite excellently until now, but much more couldn't be asked of him. If he was in the 7th dimension, the winner seemed to be clear to them already. But even though he was in Tier 9 now, even if it was adjusted for his insane speed, several months would be an outrageous estimate for how fast he could enter the 7th dimension. Most were stuck for decades to even centuries at this step. Even the Cataclysm generation geniuses were stuck for at least 5 to 7 years on average at that step. However, right then, Lionel began to move. Pandus novel. Kama's arms flared out and his hands trembled once. A golden glow formed a layer of his hands before separating. Right then, a perfect replica of Lionel's hands appeared in the air beside his Real's once. Then there was a second glow, then a third. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Come in the blink of an eye, 999 pairs of hands appeared in the skies, with Lionel's own making exactly 1,000. You can handle it, right, little guy? Bloop, bloop, little Tali's body shuddered once before a raging torrent formed. The skies seemed to be blotted out by a silvery tsunami, casting a shadow over a large swath of the city. Lionel grinned. Little Tali might still be in the fifth dimension, but it was only ever fed the highest quality materials. Its foundation was incredibly solid, and the only reason it hadn't entered the sixth dimension was because Lionel was still trying to find a force eruption to allow it the perfect evolution. Metal spirits were exceptionally dangerous existences. They could even swallow planets if they were allowed to rampage unchecked. There was a reason Lionel's casual actions around it were seen as so shocking. And now, Lionel had fully unleashed it. Little Tali could already break into dozens of pieces back when Lionel was still in the third dimension. But now, even breaking into 1,000 wasn't a problem. Lionel's gaze glowed, and countless ores appeared in the air. He had traded for so many with his points until now that he hadn't even used up 1/10 of what he had in reserve. He had more than he knew what to do with, and they were about to be of great use. Lionel's 1,000 pair of hands flexed just once, and as though striking down toward the keys of a piano, they shattered the sound barrier on the way down, a roar that echoed across the continent and through the oceans rising in a torrent. Bang! 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 Little Tali's countless pieces surged forward, its processing speed under Lionel's control immaculate. A heartfelt silence reigned. It felt as though there was simply nothing else to say. Seeing Lionel's skill for the first time, Cynthia's expression changed for the first time, her heart skipping a beat. They had all seen Lionel break through in emulation spatial force together. This meant that Lionel had only just gained the skill to use several pairs of hands like this so seamlessly. And yet he was not only skilled enough to execute such a thing, but he was also doing so with such confidence. How much self-assurance must one have to try something you had never done before with your fate on the line before the eyes of trillions? It was then that she realized the scariest thing about Lionel wasn't his lineage, nor was it his talent. Chapter 2011, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:55 and 20 seconds a.m., Chapter 2011, if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2011, without fail, Lionel was incomparably focused. His fingers tapped at slightly different rhythms, but each of their speeds was blinding. The ores before him were quickly heated, each of them being shed of their impurities. The way he approached purification now and the past was vastly different. Before, his only focus was making the ore shine in its own personal strongest light. But now he saw things several steps ahead. Sometimes he would even purposely leave impurities behind, knowing that certain changes would actually aid this or to better bind with the future pieces of the alloy. This was what it meant to have entered the life grade, comprehending the holistic view of your creation rather than dealing with individual portions. His actions moved smoothly from one step to the next. Despite the fact he was working with such a large amount of materials considering the size of the stingrays, he finished the purification process in not even 10 minutes. His speed could only be said to be mind-numbing. However, the results for those in the crowd who were laymen was underwhelming. Even from here, they could see that many impurities were left behind, but they felt that this was likely the best Lionel could do given the circumstances. Only time would tell if the results would be good enough. Despite the feelings of these laymen, the Morales ancestors and the force-crafting guild crafters had all stood to their feet, their eyes wide as they moved forward as though they needed to get a closer glance. Lionel was keeping this relatively simple, working with just 3 six-dimensional ores and, of course, using Immerse as a foundation. It was for partly this reason that his actions seemed to be so desperate. What could silver gray treasures do to meaningfully change his situation at the moment? 2 of these ores were water-based, while the third was a water-wind fusion that was particularly unruly. This third ore was known as green storm ore, and what made it even odder was the fact it was a vein-type organone. The laymen weren't able to see the subtle actions Lionel was taking. But how could this mean that it wasn't only unruly, but one had to be delicate and finely controlled in its usage? Vein-type ores were usually built into the core of treasures and used to write out the most integral force arts to a craft. However, the method by which Lionel was refining it, and then subsequently fusing it with two foundational water force ores, was just genius. Lionel made the unruly ore look like a docile child. His mind worked on a plane of its own. The laymen weren't able to see the subtle actions Lionel was taking, but how could the ancestors not? They felt as though they were seeing a prodigy rising up before their eyes. Even until now, they couldn't quite comprehend how Lionel's armors were all of the life grade, but seemed to suddenly click into place right this moment. The green storm ore was spun into a thin filament, so thin that it floated through the sky like a thread of silk, weightless and flexible. One after another, Lionel began to form the spinal bones of the armor, threading the green storm ore into the water force ores it should have clashed with. A beautiful pile of refined metals began to appear. They shimmered with blue, like sapphires sparkling beneath the ocean surface. Within, then, fine patterns of emerald glowed, giving it a mysterious appearance. At the same time, Lionel was refining one blade after another. This blade was formed by two wind force ores and yet another water wind, or that was once again green storm Oregon. Each blade was as thin as a cicada. They fluttered through the wind like a leaf, looking much more like the thin fins of a beautiful fish rather than the blades they were. With just a single jolt, they went from fragile and flexible to incredibly tough and sharp. The craftsmanship could only be described as gorgeous. The hours ticked by, and then over a day, but it seemed to finally click. Lionel didn't need months. By the end of the third day, he would be finished. The bags around Lionel's eyes were so dark that they had become a dense black. However, his fingers continued to strike with the same speed, large numbers of armors floating in the air with a renewed sort of vigor. Lionel's wrist trembled as a force crafting pen appeared. Suddenly, that force crafting pill multiplies, 2,000 appearing, one for each of his hands. He took a breath and exhaled before his hands suddenly began to move with lightning speed. The skies were filled with golden arcs, and complex force arts were formed one after another like the gears of a pocket watch. The gazes of those shocked by Lionel's abilities turned to confusion. They had simply never seen such force arts before. It was completely foreign to them. They were even having trouble comprehending what they could do. Was this Lionel's trump card? Suddenly, Lionel's body froze, and he fell backward, only to be caught in a soft embrace. However, by that point, he was already lightly snoring. Aina looked down with a hint of worry before looking up to the large pile of armors. Others would have a city filled with subordinates by now. The size of a gold-grade city was already enough to accommodate a population of millions. But Lionel's city was filled with these large armors instead. To forge 1,000,000 armors, even with 1,000 hands, was akin to each pair of hands completing an army every 4 to 5 minutes. Keeping up such a pace for over 72 hours, she could imagine the kind of burden he had taken on. However, while she was worried about Lionel's well-being, the human domain was in an uproar. After Lionel had finished those final strokes, the auras of the armors had solidified and took true form. Each one of those armors, without fail, was in a life grade. Chapter 2012, published at 19th of July, 2023, 8:55 and 20 seconds a.m. Chapter 2012. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2012 Blueprints. The commotion this caused was hard to describe. It felt as though Lionel Palm had suddenly descended from the skies, casting a shadow over all and gripping each one of their hearts one by one. Life-grade crafters were simply impossibly rare. In the whole of the human domain, the number of them weren't even close to 4 digits. In fact, they weren't even halfway there. The difficulty of crossing that final step was one that had stalled many for far too long. To put this matter into perspective, there are easily millions upon millions of gold-grade crafters, and yet not even 500 life-grade crafters. This was how solid this bottleneck was. There were some exceptionally rare geniuses who could cross this step while in the 7th dimension. But it was more accurate to say that this was just a painting of how difficult it was to step into the 8th dimension rather than a function of how difficult it was to become a life-grade crafter. It was simply impossible for a person to focus on both unless you were on the level of Cynthia and Velasco or had many, many years of experience like the Omen and Morales ancestors. And yet, here was an absolute genius with the strength of a 7th dimensional existence at the 6th dimension who had already crossed this threshold. In fact, it seemed that he had crossed it long ago, so much so that he could create 1,000,000 of them right before their eyes. Cynthia gripped the railing of the Omen family flagship. Her pupils couldn't seem to stop trembling even when she tried to stabilize herself. She had realized something from the beginning that everyone else was only now realizing. The stingrays. Lionel had no way of knowing they would be the oceanic beast he would receive. He hadn't even known what reward his subordinates would be able to bring back ahead of time. That meant that Lionel had casually drawn up the blueprint for a life-grade treasure in a few minutes before executing it right before all of their eyes. Blueprinting was a process that should have taken years alone. Cynthia had spent an entire decade on the blueprint she was most proud of. She hadn't even gotten around to crafting it yet. The essence of the life grade made the blueprint more important than almost the entire rest of the process. To be in the life grade only meant that you had created at least one blueprint of that level and had succeeded in crafting it. Many of the not even 500 life grade crafters in existence in the human domain only had 1 or 2 life grade blueprints to their name, and they were greatly praised for it. These 1 or 2 blueprints would be entirely unique to these crafters, and often powerful families and experts would be exorbitant prices just to have one of these unique treasures under their possession. There was a very good reason why the White Lion Bow was such a big deal despite only having been at the quasi-life grade for most of its life until recently. Life grade treasures were impossible rare, so impossibly rare that it was difficult to put into words. The best of the life grade crafters had 1 or 2 dozen blueprints under their wings, including Cynthia. Only Ancestor Hito of the Morales and the oldest Omen were speculated to have hundreds, maybe even thousands of such blueprints. However, there was a vast difference between having thousands of such blueprints and casually creating one after a few minutes of thought. Of course, there was also a difference between creating life-grade crafts using 6th-dimensional materials and 8th-dimensional materials like the one Cynthia and the other crafters of her level used. But Cynthia wasn't a fool. The gate of the life grade had little to do with dimension. That was something only laymen believed. Fundamentally, a life grade crafter, regardless of the base materials used, was still the life grade. It was several orders of magnitude more valuable than the basic materials used. The more Cynthia thought about it, the harder she squeezed. This was the first time she had been so agitated. Even Lionel's combat strength hadn't done this. Not his Scarlet Star Force, not his Void Star Force, not his Vital Star Force, not even his powerful Dream Force. The weight of a life-grade crafter who could do such things was too much. But what Cynthia didn't know was that the weight was about to become much, much heavier than she could have ever expected. Lionel's eyes snapped open, breathing heavily 3 times before his beating heart calmed. He had really pushed it this time, but the life grade was a very finicky realm to enter. If he had taken a break, in the middle minute changes could have occurred that would have caused him to have to recalculate all over again. That would only make a situation even worse and extend the time he needed to take. Lionel pushed his way out and stepped out of the pod. Judging by the skies above, he had managed to recover in just 45 minutes. This was good. There was no time to waste. With a wave of his hand, the skies were suddenly filled with armors, shimmering like sapphires and emeralds. The ground shook, and Lionel took a leap to the city walls. The armor shot down under his control, slipping onto the bodies of the stingrays below. The sound of clicking resounded before the blue waters suddenly began to glow. Suddenly, the stingrays seemed to naturally be formed into groups, a radiant aura coming from them. Lionel checked a new spatial ring that had appeared on his hand and nodded to himself. In the 3 days he had been focused on crafting, the others had already succeeded in finding what he needed. Without hesitation, Lionel executed several actions in a row, upgrading his cities to the gold grade one after another and then fusing them. The sea began to churn wildly. In another insane feat, Lionel had activated the air grade upgrade challenge without even waiting for the others to return. Chapter 2013, published at 20th of July, 2023, 5:45 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 2013, if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2013 monster with a flip of his palm. Lionel's black rod appeared. His hair whipped in the salty winds as the high sun pierced downward, illuminating everything. The waters turned frothy and agitated, but the cool air of the ice island he now stood upon left him feeling calm and unhurried. A confident aura exuded from Lionel, his momentum steadily growing with each passing second. In the distance, the waters began to rise. 300 large whale beasts appeared, surrounding the ice island entirely. Around them, millions of oceanic beasts began to appear. The numbers were so numerous that the waters turned black, a sharp contrast from the previous clarity. However, Lionel remained calm. The spectators could only remain silent. Were the life grade armors really enough? No one underestimated the worth of the life grade. But the problem was that they were so rare that many didn't even have a reference for how powerful they should be. Most would kill to get their hands on even a top-tier gold-grade weapon, and this was all the reference they had. But was it enough to close a gap of 1 to 300? It was hard to believe, especially when the air-grade generals began to appear. They looked to be even about 10% stronger than air-grade threats that Lionel had fought previously. Each one was menacing to an extreme and seemed to have the strength to lay waste to Lionel's city. But at that moment, Lionel, who had everyone's focus, suddenly sneered. He raised his free hand and snapped his fingers. Right then, the world turned entirely silent. On the front line, a group of 10 stingrays suddenly trembled. They felt their backs grow hot as a powerful force art suddenly activated, but the chilly waters immediately cooled them down. A slight sheen of bluish-green formed on their bodies until they suddenly explosively expanded, forming a gorgeous, shimmering bubble. Then, these 10 bubbles, one to each stingray, came into contact with one another and overlapped, fusing into one and forming a large bubble that enveloped all 10 of them. Just when it seemed like it was all finished, the large bubble morphed, flattening out and gaining sharper edges and a long protrusion until it formed the construct of an enormous illusory stingray that contained 10 stingrays within. Even the smallest stingray was about 20 meters from wingtip to wingtip. But now, with this construct enveloping 10 of them, they seemed to have become larger than life, dwarfing 250 meters as they slowly swung their tails. In that instant, this process repeated all at the same time across the stingrays. At that moment, an army of what was once a million large stingrays had become an army of 100,000 enormous monstrosities, each causing vicious hurricane-like cyclones with just their small, insignificant movements. Lionel looked down as the challenge approached. He could almost feel the skepticism radiating from the observers. He had just limited the flexibility of the army he did have by a factor of 10, and the change didn't seem to be significant enough to cause any changes. What was the point of this? But Lionel's sneer only deepened. He didn't seem to have any intention of attacking himself. Kill. His words descended and the world suddenly changed. On the front line, the first line of stingray constructs suddenly jolted. The movement could only be described as a bolt of emerald green lightning. They left afterimages in the water, splitting it apart with such speed that a huge dividing line in the shape of an inverted V appeared on the surface. Fast. This was the only thought that those watching could have. So fast that it was crippling, so fast that it left only time for despair. The stingrays didn't even seem prepared for the level of speed they had now, so much so that they could do nothing but ram into the line of beasts they were facing. It was the kind of tactic that should have assured death. 100,000 running into a dense pack of over 300 million. How could it even compare? And yet, silence reigned. The stingray constructs shredded everything in their path. Their wings were as sharp as blades, and their tails and menacing as jagged daggers with the soft touch of silk. Every time they moved, the water would churn and become their spearhead, shredding skin and blubber apart as though wet tissue paper. In a single charge, each stingray had killed no less than 100 in a single sweep, and not a single one had been injured. The construct that enveloped them seemed to double for both defense and offense. Without the strength to tear it apart, harming the stingrays within was simply impossible. No matter how hard they tried, the mere gold-grade threats had no ability to cause more than a ripple on their surface, let alone shattering them apart. The air-grade constructs bellowed into the skies, but in response, Lionel just took a seat down on the city walls. He realized that he had underestimated even himself. It seemed that it wouldn't be necessary for him to raise a finger at all. Under the shocked gazes of the spectators, the first stingray construct, powered by a squadron of 10, made it to the first air-grade general. The two clashed, the stingray construct trembling wildly as the air-grade general was sent reeling backward, the howl of a whale echoing tragically as several cuts were carved out along its thick belly. The stingray's construct cracked and threatened to collapse. But that was when a second came in and rushed into the body of the air-grade general, shredding it to pieces. It was then that it finally seemed to settle in. Lionel hadn't gone from 1,000,000 gold-grade threats to just 100,000. He had gone from 1,000,000 gold-grade threats to 100,000 air-grade threats. The railing Cynthia was holding on is shattered, her fair palms bleeding as it was ravaged by cuts and scrapes. Lionel could only be described as a little monster. Chapter 2014, published at 27th of July, 2023, 10:20 and 51 seconds a.m. Chapter 2014. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2014, 2 options. Lionel pushed off the city walls, his body suddenly flickering and vanishing. His first tier divine armor took shape, a blinding bronze aura emitting from him as the ocean's waves rose to his back. Suddenly, he swung down, the mighty wave responding in kind and slicing an air-grade general in half. Lionel's spear spun in his hands. In response, the surging wave spiraled into the air like a twisting tentacle. He took another step through the air and appeared above another air-grade general and thrust forward. The skies rumbled and the clouds split. The spiraling wave seemed to be controlled by Lionel's might, shimmering with a slight golden hue as it pierced forward along with his spear, tearing a gaping hole through the head of another whale beast. Everywhere Lionel passed, the ocean's waves roared after him. As though his movements alone were enough to elicit their action, they responded in kind. As he danced through the skies, they too danced, a deadly waltz of murderous storms and flickering spear force, causing mass destruction everywhere they went. Just days ago, Lionel didn't have nearly this much skill with water force. And yet, before their eyes now, he seemed to have become a god of the seas, a Poseidon donned in armor and traversing the skies. Lionel swept his spear out 3 times, causing 3 spiraling tendrils of water to rise from the surface. His hips pivoted and his blade glided through the air. With one thrust, the tendrils ripped through the body of another beast, then another, then another. They followed Lionel like roaring flood dragons, droplets of water falling around them and reflecting the delicate gold of his spear force. It was a scene too beautiful for how deathly it was. Even the waters below were beginning to turn a fierce violet color, dyed thoroughly with the blood of creatures far too large for their own good. The Morales ancestors watched with a glow in their eyes. They had never seen the absolute domain used in this fashion, but it was truly a sight too gorgeous for words. With the absolute domain, Lionel's spear could appear wherever he wanted given a certain range. In fact, when the absolute spear domain grew enough in strength, even displacing it through time wasn't entirely impossible. But to use this ability to make use of the power of nature itself to strengthen yourself. This was a level of spearmanship that was rare beyond belief. This was even beyond what these ancestors could do. Their spear force was, obviously, much stronger than Lionel's. But when it came to comprehension of the spear, it felt like they were actually not just a single step behind. 10 stars erupted to Lionel's back, and his divine armor shifted as he retrieved his first-tier armor and used his second-tier divine armor. His strength multiplied several times over. He unleashed a mighty roar, dragging his spear blade from a downward position and pulling it up in a wide arc toward the skies. A blinding crescent of golden spear force took shape, blasting forward and splitting everything in its path in two. The ocean's waters parted, forming a trenching several kilometers deep. The boundaries of the trench's sides were so solid that beasts caught up and it began to fall. They slipped out the sides of the trench, crashing into the darkness below and churning the waters with flesh and blood. It was a complete massacre. What should have been the difficult air grade upgrade challenge had become nothing more than a joke. In the 3 days that Lionel was busy, others had managed to catch up and form gold grade territories of their own. But just as quickly as they were left behind again, and this time the gap was even larger than it had been previously. It might not be an entire week, potentially 2 for some, before these heirs even thought of challenging the air grade. But now, Lionel had claimed an entire sea for himself. Lionel stood in the skies, taking a deep breath. The dense smell of the ocean filled his nostrils and lungs, leaving him with an oddly peaceful expression, even though the human domain was anything but peaceful at the moment. Still, this had nothing to do with Lionel. With a flash, he appeared in the City Lord Manor, looking at his current territory. Lionel's heart skipped a beat. He already knew that he would have control over an entire sea, a fourth of the ocean after this, but he was stunned by just how expansive the territory truly was. Just taking into account the surface, it was about a quarter the size of a supercontinent. However, if you accounted for its depth, just in a small region of the ocean previously, Lionel had found 200 challenges and almost 50 dungeons, and that had been in just a 20-kilometer range. Now, however, Lionel controlled almost 2,000 kilometers of length and just over 500 kilometers of width. There were so many challenges and dungeons that it wasn't even realistic for him to clear them all in a short time. Lionel realized that this was likely another test. Now, he had to juggle the benefits of accumulation versus action. He had many resources at his fingertips, but there had to be a balance between gathering and taking part in these resources and spearheading his path toward ending these air wars and claiming victory for him. Lionel fell into thought for a moment. Seeing the sort of advantage claiming a sea held, if there was one thing he had to do, it was to make sure that no one else could gain such an advantage. There were only 2 ways of doing this. The first was by finding anyone try to expand into the ocean and taking them out before they could take more action, but this was unrealistic. Just his fourth of the ocean was so expansive, how would he find others in the 3 quarters that remained? That only left the other method, to claim them before anyone else could. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Chapter 2015, published at 27th of July, 2023, 10:21 and 49 seconds, 8 a.m. Chapter 2015. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2015. Could it be? If you want to take this route, you would need 3 things. The first were more city upgrade passes, the second were more unique ocean territories, and the last were territory size upgrade rewards. The second was more important than the former. If it came down to it, he could just force upgrades on his own. After passing this air grade upgrade, he had more points than he even knew what to do with. Each gold grade threat was worth 10,000 points, and there had been 300 million of them. That meant that just from them, not even counting the 300 air-grade generals, Lionel had 3 trillion points. Of course, not knowing what to spend his points on was a function of not having checked what he had access to now that he owned an air-grade territory. Even if he had only passed a normal upgrade challenge, it would have still been at least 1 trillion points. Lionel doubted that Ancestor Hito would just provide enough points for it to be next to useless. Even so, if it came down to it, Lionel could afford several air-grade upgrade challenges now if it came down to it. So the unique ocean territories that he could pair with unique territory-size upgrade rewards were far more valuable to him. The first thing Lionel did after making his decision was to check through the rewards that the others had accumulated while he was crafting and after he had fallen asleep. Unfortunately, there were no other unique ocean territories in them, but there were many gold-grade city upgrade passes, 4 of them to be exact, and there was 1 territory-size upgrade reward. It seemed that special territories were rarer than Lionel had originally thought, but then again, after the first few days, all of the air-grade dungeons had already been cleared, so the others had no choice but to focus on the other lower-grade dungeons. Now, however, it seems that we need to make another push. Lionel nodded to himself. The others should have already sensed the changes. Once they knew the locations of the other resources, claiming them would be exceptionally easy. As soon as they found a unique ocean territory reward, Lionel would be able to go about claiming a second sea as quickly as possible. As Lionel was lost in his thoughts, quickly planning out the next steps, the uproar of the human domain hadn't simmered down in the slightest, and that was because of only one thing: Lionel's crafts. This wasn't about the life grade anymore. It was rather about the value of Lionel's crafts. They were beyond a normal life grade treasure, and this was plain as day for all to see. When it had settled in what Lionel's crafts could do, the entire human domain was shaken. This was for a very simple reason. The only organization that had a craft even close to this was Shield Cross Stars. However, even Shield Cross Stars was wholly inferior. That was Lionel's craft now. It felt like nothing more than a joke. Cross Elder Avon's expression was as ripe as a tomato. He, himself, because Lionel's could be used both offensively and defensively. At the same time, it could be used by 10 people simultaneously. In comparison, Shield Cross Stars craft could only be used defensively as it was a shield. To make matters worse, it could only be used by 3 people simultaneously, limiting its power. Despite how inferior it was, this unique craft of Shield Cross Stars had been a staple of their power for countless generations, and the secret to its crafting was one of their top-tier secrets. There is no doubt that it was the subject of jealousy for many, but seeing Lionel's craft now, it felt like nothing more than a joke. Cross Elder Avon's expression was as ripe as a tomato. He himself didn't know anything about crafting, but he had enough life experience to understand what he was seeing. However, it was also because of his lack of perspective that he also believed that Lionel must have a method of forming this armor for humans as well. If this technology was in the hands of the Morales family, who were already so powerful, just what would happen? This might restrict those with the metal synergy lineage factor, as they were already used to wearing their own divine armor into battle. But a large half of the Morales family only had the spear domain lineage factor and garbed themselves with normal armors. What if all the spear domain lineage factor Morales members were given armors like the ones Lionel had just given the Stingrays? Would it even be possible to defeat the Morales? The words of Lionel couldn't help but echo in their ears. They had felt that Lionel was far too reckless. Even if he was confident in striking down his peers, what about the retaliation of the powers behind them? Why was he so confident? Did he really believe that the Morales family was infallible? Everything Lionel did seemed to paint the picture that he was meticulous and scheming. He wasn't the type of person to make such foolish mistakes. But no matter how they racked their brains, they felt that he was far too reckless until now. Lionel wasn't provoking them all, waiting to run behind the shadow of the Morales family and their protection. In fact, judging by his personality, he might very well be waiting for this war. In fact, he might even want this war. They shuddered when they reached this point in their thoughts, their blood running cold. Why did Lionel struggle so much against the gold grade upgrade challenge if he had such a trump card in hand? It seemed that he didn't even think about bringing it out until he really had no other options left, as though he was unwilling to display it unless he absolutely had to. Could it be that he had many such trump cards? Could it be that his vision was never set on the air wars to begin with, because he had always felt that his victory was guaranteed? Could it be that, from the very beginning, he was only using these air wars among juniors to declare war on the entire human domain? Chapter 2016, published at 27th of July, 2023, 10:21 and 49 seconds a.m. Chapter 2016. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2016. Enough. Ancestor Alvaro laughed uproariously. He laughed so hard that even the stars in the distance seemed to twinkle under the wild vibrations. He laughed so hard that he even began to cough and wheeze. Damn, I'm too old for this. Despite saying this, he couldn't stop laughing at all. He knew that this change only put more pressure on the Morales family, but the pressure had gone from all the powers of the human domain to all the powers of the human domain. This was the problem with putting all your cards on the table at once. How could they threaten them more than they already had? It was even amusing seeing their expression change like this. Ancestor Alvaro and the others were having the time of their lives. The best part was that Lionel had crafted it before them all for a solid 3 days, repeating the same steps again and again and again for a total of 1,000,000 times. And they still didn't understand what the hell was going on right before them. It was clear the gap between where Lionel was and where the rest of the human domain was so wide that it was unfathomable. To put this matter into perspective, more life grade crafters would be so secretive with their blueprints that they wouldn't even allow others to see them. Even their own children weren't allowed such a privilege. While they were crafting, the entire region was locked down, and they would even often ask those who had commission for the treasure to bring far more materials than they would need, just to keep the true materials list a secret. After such life grade crafters passed on, it was only then that their crafts would be passed down to others in their family. But even then, only the highest echelon would be able to lay their eyes on it, while the younger generation would have to provide a great deal of merits just for the sliver of a chance. Usually, unless you rose to the level of an ancestor, you could forget it. Even Cynthia, who was a great genius and could have benefited greatly from seeing a life grade blueprint ahead of time while she was still in the gold grade, wasn't given such a privilege until she was well into the 7th dimension. Back then, she had already surpassed Tier 6. She wouldn't have even been allowed to participate in these air wars back then. If the human domain wasn't so strict with life grade blueprints, there would probably be more life grade crafters than just a few hundred there were. But this was just how things were, or more accurately, this was how the Force Crafting Guild had made things. Whether it was force crafting or force pill crafting, both had the same issues, and both happened to be overseen by the Omen family. The Morales family had never needed the Omen family for force crafting, but their rules surrounding force pill crafting had caused no small amount of issues. Luckily, the Morales family could absorb ores to strengthen themselves, and they were less reliant on force pills compared to other families. However, even so, only half of them had this benefit. It could only be said that the history of the Omen and Morales family was quite long and contentious. But what was important here was Lionel and his craft. Cross Elder Avon might not understand. But how could these crafters not? Not only had Lionel forged a life-grade treasure as a 6th-dimensional junior, he had also begun to forge again on a force crafting language they had simply never seen before, one so complex they couldn't even understand it. By this point, more than half of the best geniuses of the human domain had already been kicked out. Being forced to watch Lionel, the one who had threatened them all, shine like this, they could only grind their teeth. After the Amethyst token drama of over 20 years ago, many of them had a faint recollection of Lionel in their minds. But after he didn't appear for so long, many thought he had died and didn't bother to care about him any longer. As for when he actually came back, they cared even less. How could they think that Lionel could bridge a gap of 20 years? They didn't even consider it. But then Lionel crushed Conan while he was still in the first tier. However, they then broke through to the 7th dimension, and they felt that they had left him far behind once again, only to realize that that gap had never meant much to Lionel in the first place. The reality was slowly starting to sink in. If they hadn't been given an over 20-year head start, they wouldn't even have a right to stand on the same stage as him. The uproar of the human domain slowly faded into a solemn silence, the presence of a single young man looming tall and imposing. Lionel sensed a fragrant wind approaching, and he turned to find that Aina had already appeared to his side. Without a word, he handed her yet another spatial ring. This one held the corpses of 300 air-grade generals. She looked within, and her brows raised. It was a lovely, sort of blaming expression that looked more cute than it did intimidating. Clearly, she was unhappy with Lionel for challenging the air-grade upgrade while they weren't even here. The other upgrades had been one matter, but this one was quite reckless. Lionel only smiled lightly, something that he had done rarely in recent days. "What's the ETA?" Aina asked. "I've decided to conquer and corner off the rest of the ocean, first as a defensive play. We'll need more special ocean territories and territory expansion rewards. If things happen as fast as I want them to, we'll launch the final march to end this 1 week from now." "It's enough time," Aina said lightly. Lionel nodded, and Aina flickered and vanished. Chapter 2017, published at 27th of July, 2023, 10:21 and 50 seconds a.m. Chapter 2017, if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2017, immediately before Lionel set out again. He paid keen attention to the changes in his abilities as the new owner of an air-grade territory. Many things were pretty standard. For example, there were upgraded outposts, and there were also some defensive measures unique to air-grade territories. Right now, the walls Lionel had access to were already quite fantastic. They were 100 meters tall and over 10 meters thick. On top of that, they were forged of a powerful metal alloy. However, other than that, they were relatively simple. Many of the options included infusing it with certain large-scale force arts that could greatly strengthen it. There were also methods of banning flight within a certain range of the city. The more he paid, the larger the range would be. What was more interesting to Lionel, though, were the unique upgrades he could gain since he had a special ocean territory. Many of these things, unsurprisingly, were related to ice. The most intriguing of them was what was called Cold Force. Lionel didn't think that such a force actually existed, but it must have been created for the air wars quite specifically. It was a force that could be emitted from his island and act like a domain that covered the city. Those that entered this domain would feel as though their own force was icing over. Their blood would flow slower, and their bodies would become stiff. Depending on how stronger the overstrength of the targets were, one could lose anywhere between 10% to even all of their combat prowess. Would work with 100 meters of his walls. It would cost him over $1 trillion. The maximum setting that would work for an entire 10 the price, though, was quite steep. Just for the lowest setting that would work with 100 meters of his walls, it would cost him over $1 trillion. The maximum setting that would work for an entire 10 kilometers cost 10 times that. That maximum setting cost 3 times more than what Lionel had. Seeing that the first thing he wanted was actually so expensive, Lionel held off on buying it immediately. That was because he knew that if one thing was actually so expensive, then most other things would be as well. After a moment, and scanning through all available rewards, Lionel realized that these outrageous prices were unique to, ironically, the unique territory rewards of a city. But it was also because of this that they were likely to be the most useful. The Cold Force domain was a game changer. Anyone believed the gold grade threat level would be incapacitated and no different from fish on a chopping block within its range. Those on the weaker side of the gold grade would lose as much as half of their combat strength, while those who were the strongest would lose at least 1/10. Only air-grade threats would be capable of entirely ignoring it. At the strongest setting, costing over 10 trillion, even an air-grade threat would have a 10% reduction in their strength within a 10-kilometer range. Another unique reward was the ice moat. Lionel felt that a better name for this reward would be the ice maze. That was because it formed a maze of ice in the water that could hinder the advancement of oceanic beasts. The walls of this maze would be incredibly sturdy, comparable to about half that of the Bay City walls. Simply put, no single creature would be able to take down even a single wall without many hours of effort. The best part about the ice moat wasn't its defenses, but rather the fact that it forced the oceanic beasts swimming below to split up, disallowing them the ability to gang up and use their potentially overwhelming numbers. It functioned essentially like a funnel, forcing the oceanic beasts to fight alone. The ice moat would also be quite useful in case anyone came to attack Lionel with boats and the like. Although it was an underwater design, it still peaked out of the water over 3 meters or so. Unless a ship wanted to destroy its hull in a battering ram attempt, they would likewise have no choice but to follow the path of the maze. Of course, the best part was that running into a dead end wasn't impossible. At that point, you would only have 2 options: to turn back or to take the effort in attempting to knock down the wall. But if you chose the second option, you might run into yet another dead end on the other side. Both of these rewards were incredibly intriguing, but the ice moat was even more expensive. Just its most basic level cost 2 trillion more than what Lionel had. The good news was that it could cover an entire kilometer instantly, but the bad news was obviously that he couldn't afford it. The last unique reward that had caught Lionel's attention was a unique territory protector. It was, of course, of the air grade, but it was exceptionally powerful. This protector took the form of a star of ice. When activated, in exchange for 1 billion points, it could trigger an area of effect attack that worked like a rain of ice meteors. These ice meteors froze water on contact and had great blunt force damage. The lowest setting could target a 100-meter region. The highest setting could attack all around the city. Though it was still limited to 100 meters, there was clearly a difference between one 100-meter region and the entire 100-meter radius around the city walls. Unsurprisingly, this was the most expensive of them all at 10 trillion just for the lowest setting and close to 100 trillion for the highest. Lionel faced a situation where he had to choose whether he would save up or not. With his army of stingrays, he could take on the air grade upgrade with quite some ease and guarantee himself anywhere from 1 trillion to 3 depending. He already planned to do this 3 more times, so if he was patient by the end of it, he would be able to afford the Star of Ice. However, Lionel shook his head. Sometimes sitting on a pile of cash was worse than spending it. Even if you didn't do anything and were frugal, as time passed, your money would only become worth less and less. That was the way of the world and of inflation. Thinking to this point, Lionel bought the lowest setting of the Cold Force domain immediately. Chapter 2018, published at 27th of July, 2023, 10:21 and 50 seconds a.m. Chapter 2018. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2018 in Alliance with the remaining more than 2 trillion. Lionel upgraded the domain to the greatest setting or could, gaining over 1 kilometer in range and quite a bit in strength. After this, he decisively left, his body vanishing. When he appeared again through a teleportation platform, he was within the territory he had left to Maya to manage. As expected of the cloud race, from the outside, it was simply impossible to tell that there was something wrong at all. They all moved and acted just like the Tor family would have, something that left the ancestors of the Constellation family quite enraged, but there was little to nothing that they could do about it. After handing Maya a spatial ring, Lionel vanished once again and returned to his main territory. It had already been over 3 days since his last report from the Umbra family, but just as he had asked of them, they returned quite frequently to give him reports. The more Lionel learned of the situation, the more certain he was that someone, most likely Second Nova, was stirring up a great deal of conflict. The first instance was Sixth Nova falling seemingly without warning. This left a vast and open territory that everyone immediately took advantage of. However, because Third Nova had been preoccupied with expelling Fourth Nova, he missed the boat, resulting in him falling behind the others. This felt like a coincidence on the surface, but Lionel was quite certain that this coincidence was actually a perfectly timed scheme with excellent execution. It was just unfortunate that 6th Nova had to be the one to suffer. With 5th Nova, 6th Nova, and 4th Nova all gone and dealt with, there were only 4 heirs of the Morales family remaining, and only 3 of which, including Lionel, who had any real territory. As expected, 3rd Nova wasn't very happy about this change at all. It felt like his lead was being swallowed up, so he couldn't remain idle for long. Not long after that moment, he became the first to enter the gold grade, and while the others were scrambling to lock down and ensure others couldn't snatch their new territory, he swallowed up all of 4th Nova's old territory for him. Due to this, 3rd Nova was able to make up for his slight slip, and he began making a big push toward the air grade. However, this was when the details of an explosive battle was relayed, and surprisingly, this time it had little to do with Morales' family. For some reason, this huge clash came between the Suyard family and the spiritual faith. Lionel couldn't help but narrow his gaze when he read about this information. That was because he was still wondering about what danger 3rd Nova possessed and whether or not he truly had a connection with the Suyard family or not. Obviously, Lionel felt that observing the Suyard family was one of the best ways to gain an understanding of what might be going on. For the Suyard family, who had mostly remained silent since the start of these air wars, to suddenly get into a conflict with yet another power that hadn't done much since the start of the air wars felt off. It was almost like they were putting on a play for others. But it was also because it was so obvious and blatant that Lionel felt that it was a bit ridiculous on its face. If they wanted a scheme, shouldn't they come up with a more clever method? The spiritual faith was probably a thorn at the side of many of the most powerful powers of the human domain. How could the likes of Shield Cross Stars and the Void Palace be okay with a religion that so blatantly worshipped another race? In truth, the spiritual race was so powerful that they very rarely took the initiative to attack anyone. Even if the human domain faced danger from other races in the future, the odds that this threat would come from the spiritual race was minimal. Even so, no one had to think to answer what the spiritual faith would do if the day came that the spirituals did have such ill intentions. Just like that, one of the most powerful forces of the human domain would defect without a second thought. The Zoltene faith was similar as they worshipped the nomad race. Lionel had already personally been to one of their shrines. These people had little regard for the human race despite being human themselves. Lionel felt that there was a secret to this matter. Despite the fact he had improved so much and seen so much of the human domain by now, he had still yet to meet one of these so-called gods. The evergreen goddess, the Zoltene god, the spirituals god, he had always thought that they were real people. His father's dictionary had made it clear that this was the case. So where were they? How could such individuals not participate in something that had captured the attention of the entire human domain? These thoughts had always been swirling around in the back of Lionel's mind, which was why when he heard about this battle that made little to no sense, his antennas were immediately placed in an upward position. However, what baffled Lionel even more was the truth behind all of this. After a lot of scouting, and even the use of many strategically placed Cloud race members, Ravlis came back with information that left Lionel speechless. It turned out that Amory, the so-called sword deity, was betrothed to the heir of the spiritual's faith, or, more accurately, the future Lady Pontiff of the faith. For whatever reason, both parties were quite opposed to this marriage, and they could only be described to be at loggerheads. This dislike of one another reached the point that they even fought on this sort of stage. However, after a battle that lasted the better part of a day and spread like wildfire, it settled down without a victor, and there were even clear signs of both parties freely entering and exiting their adjacent territories. Even without it being described in so many words, the conclusion was obvious: an alliance. Chapter 2019, published at 27th of July, 2023, 10:22 and 5 seconds AM. Chapter 2019, if audio player doesn't work, Press stop, then play button again, chapter 2019 only. Lionel didn't even frown at this realization, his expression indifferent. He always moved with the worst-case scenario in mind. He already imagined that these air wars would end with him facing off against many enemies at once. Whether they teamed up now or later made no difference to him. What he cared about more were the implications. It seemed that the spirituals were uncaring about most of what happened in the universe. This was something he had become greatly aware of after reading the records of the Void Palace. There were many instances of other races attacking the human domain through the Void battlefield, but none of the spiritual race doing so. Even if a family had an alliance with the spiritual faith, it wouldn't be seen as a red flag to most. One also had to consider the stance the human domain had toward other races as well. Compared to the greater universe, the human domain was fairly lax with other races. Or, at the very least, there was no systematic movement to get rid of them. The Oryx could thrive just fine, while the likes of Yuri were even allowed to enter the Void Palace. This made it clear that the human domain didn't usually act against other races. However, the problem of Third Nova was making Lionel second and third guess this matter. Another interesting matter also happened to be the Suyard family's lineage factor. Much like the Morales family, the Suyard family had two lineage factors, not one like most other families. This was why they were seen to be on par with the Morales. They had the strength to back up such thoughts. The Suyard family had the Sword Domain lineage, as well as the Blazing Devil lineage factor. Oddly enough, Lionel felt that the Suyard family was quite a bit like the Morales in this regard as well. Their lineage factor was very demon-like, maybe even more so than the Morales. Lionel could still remember how Amory's eyes had reddened that day, the second time they fought. In the end, he was forced to suppress himself so that his tribulation didn't erupt ahead of time. From Lionel's understanding, their lineage factor similarly strengthened their bodies. Aside from that, it gave them great affinity with Dark Force in addition to having several other auxiliary benefits that wouldn't have been listed in the Void Library. These would account for techniques similar to Metal Body and Divine Armor. Lionel would have no way of knowing the true details until he forced them out of Amory. Then there would likely also be his ability index to deal with. Whether it was the first or second encounter they had had, Lionel knew that he had never fought Amory's best. The first time he had been suppressed by the Vital Star Force, and the second time he had been suppressed by his tribulation. Regardless of how you looked at it, he would be a powerful opponent, and unlike with Nazag, Lionel couldn't directly strip away one of his strongest abilities. However, also unlike Nazag, Lionel had a great will to crush Amory in the worst way possible. At that moment, Lionel suddenly thought of something, and his gaze narrowed. He sent a message to Radlease after a while, and threw the thought to the back of his mind as he continued through the events. After the Suyard and spiritual faith clearly allied, they once again fell into dormancy, doing nothing much more. However, not long after that, First Nova and Third Nova had their first clash. This clash occurred in the open waters, but for an unknown reason, it didn't continue to a point of no return, and they both retreated without any results. Of course, this was actually a clash between Vega and some of Third Nova subordinates, rather than First and Third Nova themselves. But Radlease had still added this to the report, as Lionel had asked for everything of significance. Following this, Third Nova clashed with the Ram family. However, just when it seemed that he would claim victory, he suddenly retreated, rushing back to his territory to find that his city walls had fallen. Lionel felt that, once again, Second Nova had struck. But what he didn't know was how Second Nova had managed to do this without detection to a gold-grade territory. He could only speculate that Second Nova had taken some time to clear dungeons and claimed a gold-grade version of the silver-grade wall, destroying rewards he had previously gained. There was no easy way to rebuild the walls after they had been destroyed. The only methods were to rebuild it by hand, to find a reward that could replace them, or to undergo an upgrade challenge. But taking on the air grade challenge without walls was nothing short of suicidal. Third Nova was thwarted again, and he seemed to be in a bad situation. After investing so much into a gold grade territory, he couldn't just abandon it. And he had yet to gather enough points to take on the air grade challenge, even if he wanted to take the risk. Without a choice, Third Nova could only set aside his ideas of conquest and began to accumulate. He dispersed his subordinates with the goal of claiming and clearing as many challenges and dungeons as was possible. When Lionel got to this point, his eyes narrowed. As expected, there was a clash. No, more accurately, there was a speculated clash. The Umbra family didn't manage to get eyes on it. All they could do was speculate. Lionel's heart skipped a beat. To him, it was obvious. Second Nova had diverted Third Nova's attention, giving him no choice but to spread out his army and give up his greatest advantage: numbers. Then Kira and Second Nova could take Third Nova on without the disadvantage. However, out in Morales family's flagship, the sound of a crying woman echoed. Kira's tears fell like a torrential storm, holding Orin, who was continuously coughing up black blood. Ancestor Hito opened his eyes and frowned, an expression that even the ancestors of the Morales had never seen from him. He's been poisoned. I have no method of dispelling it. This is only something that the Omen family can cure. Chapter 2020. Published at 27th of July, 2023, 10:22 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 2020. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2020 Poison. Not many had seen the battle between Third Nova and Second Nova. It could even be said that the latter had wanted it this way. He attacked right when it seemed that Third Nova was about to enter a state of slow expansion. After watching the air wars for many days already, the novelty had worn off, and many were entirely focused on whichever region had the most action. As such, quite a few had no idea who had even injured Second Nova to begin with. Even the Morales ancestors were quite clueless. Since poison was used, the immediate assumption was the Pious family, and Orin and Kira did nothing to refute this. For whatever reason, they didn't want to describe what had happened, and maybe that was always the plan. Despite Kira's crying, Orin couldn't seem to hear or feel anything but a spine-tingling pain. He looked up toward the starry skies, his lips pressed into a line. Maybe he had never thought that things would end like this. Ancestor Hito was indeed correct. Maybe only the Omen family would have a method of dealing with this. While the Pious family worked with poisons, their methods weren't conventional. As they relied on their unique force and its manipulation, they didn't concoct poisons and create antidotes like many other poison masters. Instead of this, they trained their poison force to be able to do the work of creation and immunity itself. The trouble with this approach, though, was that while Pious family members could purge themselves and one another from poison, it was impossible for them to use this method on others. Trying to use poison force on someone without poison force affinity to dispel poison was like pouring oil onto an already burning fire. Even if the Pious family had been the ones to poison Orin, their help was next to useless in this regard. The only one that could help would be the Omen family and their force pill crafters. The Omen family was the only family with the skill to dispel such a high-level poison. In fact, they would probably need one of their best gold-grade force pill crafters to do the job as well. A normal force pill crafter would have no chance. That was Ancestor Hito's observation, and they understood it intimately. Kira wanted to immediately get up and beg the Omen family if she had to, but before she could even stand to her feet, she felt a strong grip on her wrist, a grip firmer than anything Orin should have been able to muster given his current state. And yet he had found the strength. The Morales family doesn't know weakness. Orin continued to stare into the skies, his expression blank, and his lips once again pressing into a thin line. His grip on Kira's wrist didn't weaken, and it even seemed to tighten as time went on. It was as though he knew that he was growing weaker, so he tried his best to compensate. Kira writhed and struggled. "I'm not a Morales. Let me go." However, Orin didn't seem to hear her, his eyes slowly closing. He took deep and steady breaths, breath steadier than anyone would have expected of him at this moment. He seemed to be at peace, his vice grip holding on to Kira firmly. A Salvatine doesn't show weakness either. The words entered Kira's ears, and she shuddered, her tears falling even faster. The Morales ancestors watched with dark expressions. Oren had already made his stance quite clear. They would only be slapping his face if they asked for help now. They didn't know how long Oren would last for, but it likely wouldn't be very much time. Any poison with such potent effects couldn't possibly take too long to deal with a seventh-dimensional existence. "Who did this to you?" Ancestor Alvaro asked, his gaze red with fury. He didn't look toward the Omen family even once. He knew if he did, he would lose himself to rage and begin this war even before the Air Wars ended. In the history of the Air Wars, no Morales had ever died, not since their no-killing rule had been established. It was an event that was supposed to promote harmony and healthy competition, not bloodshed. It was these people who had forced this event to be this way. It was they who had demanded bloodshed. It was they who wanted to enter for a chance to take Lionel's head. It was they who wanted to knock the Morales down a peg. They who let their greed guide their judgment. He could imagine their snide sneers and upturned noses. They might very well have a force pill that could save Oren's life right this moment in any one of their rings, but they would never step forward to give it over. Just thinking about it infuriated Ancestor Alvaro to the point he enough to infuriate the Morales ancestors beyond compare. They should have had 7 shining beacons into the future, but now it trembled. This was one of their best generations yet. Just the loss of one was enough to infuriate the Morales ancestors beyond compare. They should have had 7 shining beacons into the future, but now it seemed that one would lose his life here. "It doesn't matter," Oren said lightly, his eyes still closed. "It will be up to First Nova and Littlest Nova now." To the side, Sixth Nova's expression flickered with a complicated light. He had, indeed, been eliminated by Oren, but he didn't hold a grudge. It just meant that he was inferior. He gripped his fist tight. The only thing he regretted was not still being inside to deal with who had placed Second Nova in this state. The gazes of the Morales family members all turned red one after another, the space around their fists creaking and trembling. Their fury was stifling, a different sort of silence falling entirely. It seemed that they couldn't wait to unleash their fury. The stars in the distance turned crimson and space itself quaked. This time, the Morales family was truly infuriated. Chapter 2021, published at 27th of July, 2023, 10:22 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 2021. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2021 lost. Oren lost, Lionel said lightly. It was hard to believe. The strength that Oren had displayed before him, albeit just a small amount, was substantial. Just to counter him and Kira, Lionel not only had to use his second-tier armor, he also had to actively use his ability index in battle for the first time in a while. Ever since Lionel left the Tribulation Zone, whether subconsciously or not, he had stopped relying on his ability index in battle. The speed of improvement he had made in the way of the spear during his time in the Tribulation Zone spoke for itself. He would just be too stubborn if he chose to ignore the evidence right before him. Over time, he was slowly finding a balance between relying on his intelligence and his innate talent to slowly move forward and improve. However, it wasn't an easy balance to find. The last time he had had a breakthrough in this regard was during his battle with Miguel. This was all to say that Oren was the first person since he exited the Tribulation Zone and had such a big boost in his power that had actually made Lionel go so far. He had used not only all 10 of his star, he had used his 5th-dimensional life-grade divine armor and his ability index. These 3 things should have practically made Lionel undefeatable within the younger generation, but he could tell that both Oren and Kira had held back a great deal. So how had they lost to Third Nova anyway? There were only 2 explanations. Each was dangerous for its own reasons. The first was the most obvious, and that was that Third Nova was simply that strong. Even after dispersing his subordinates, he still had enough strength remaining to take on both Kira and Oren without a problem. In this case, the problem was obvious. He was far too powerful, maybe more powerful than Lionel could fathom. If the battle had ended quickly enough that others, and even the Umbra family, couldn't find out the details about it, this was a testament to how large the gap between Third Nova and Second Nova had been. The second was that Third Nova had been prepared for Orin and only pretended to disperse his people while keeping his strongest subordinates by his side. Maybe he had even laid a trap just for Orin to fall into it. The problem with this case was that Third Nova was incredibly scheming and intelligent. It implied that after Orin's 2 attempts at thwarting him, he had already seen through the fact that someone was targeting him and took appropriate precautions. He was ready for Second Nova's appearance from the very beginning. This was shocking because Lionel had seen Orin's level of caution firsthand. In fact, now that Lionel thought about it, Orin's methods of weakening Third Nova in the beginning seemed to smell of his lack of assurance in victory. It might have made sense for Orin to try and disperse Zavnik's people, but what was the purpose of clearing Sixth Nova's territory? One could argue that was to force Zavnik into a more desperate situation, which eventually led to the outcome Orin wanted, but Lionel wasn't so sure about that. He felt that Orin had felt that he was going to lose. But none of Orin's actions seemed to line up. Why did he keep this a secret? Did he inform the elders ahead of time? If he did, why did the Morales allow Zavnik to participate? Wouldn't it have been better to deal with him directly? Lionel didn't believe that the Morales were the type of family to get tied up in tradition and red tape. They would definitely ignore their own rules if they had a good enough reason to do so. It all seemed to circle back to the same point. The only reason Orin was acting in secrecy all this time to begin with. His demon origins. How is it connected? Lionel was in the middle of a battle with an air grade. While trying to digest this information, suddenly came to a complete stop. He was even swallowed whole by the air grade beast, but he made no attempt to stop it, his body frozen in place. Suddenly, the air grade threat was shredded to pieces from the inside out. Lionel appeared in the depths of the ocean, his absolutely domain raging around him. Lionel suddenly took a step, his speed blazing as he shot out of the ocean like a jet, quickly making his way back to his city. He had just received news that the others had finally found another unique territory. It was time to action. At the same time, Lionel's gaze couldn't help but grow with a fiendish light. Why would Orin keep all of this a secret? The only real explanation seemed to be that exposing Third Nova would likewise assumed there was very likely a shadow faction within the Morales that was more aware of this than others. Expose himself. If Lionel was correct, not only was the Morales family's ties to the demon race much deeper than he had originally assumed, there was very likely a shadow faction within the Morales that was more aware of this than others. There was a very obvious clue here. In order for Orin to be born, a Morales had to mingle with the demon race enough to, maybe not necessarily fall in love, but to at least copulate and have a child. This wasn't a small instance of interaction at all. In the best-case scenario, the Morales had ties to the demon race in small, benign increments. In the worst-case scenario, the Morales family had always had the roots of the three-finger cult within it. In fact, these roots were so deep that if someone like Zavnik managed to become the heir, it would be enough to shift the tides in the family so much so that those that had once been in the shadows could see the light of day once more. Lionel suddenly understood that he wasn't the only one using these air wars as a stepping stone towards something much larger. A flicker of crimson danced within Lionel's eyes. Okay, Zavnik. Let's play. Bang. Lionel landed and the entire ice island boomed and quaked, threatening to shatter to pieces beneath his might. Important announcement below. Chapter 2022, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 42 seconds p.m. Chapter 2022. Water Lotus. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button. Again, Lionel appeared in his ice island city, his attention immediately turning to James, who tossed over a glass orb to him. When Lionel saw what was in it, his expression flickered for a moment. He had already guessed that the unique ocean territories wouldn't all be exactly the same, but this one was actually quite different. Of course, the name uniquely spoke for itself, but its unique attributes changed Lionel's plans a bit. At the very least, he couldn't be in as much ease as he had hoped. The unique ocean territory this time was probably more accurately called a unique water territory instead. If this was called an ice island territory, then this unique water territory would be quite accurately called a water lotus territory. Rather than forming a huge island of ice, it formed a huge island in the form of a blooming lotus. This didn't seem like a big deal until you understood that a water lotus was a freshwater plant. While it can handle slightly salty water, specifically brackish water, which is a combination of river waters and ocean water, it wouldn't be able to live in a full-on salt body of water. In line with this water lotus territory would turn the surrounding territory into a fresh water body. The surrounding 10% of territory would become pure fresh water, while the remaining 90% would be brackish. This was actually good if this had been Lionel's only territory. This was because there was a permanent debuff to oceanic creatures who entered this territory's waters. Within the brackish water, they would experience a 20% reduction to their strength. In the freshwater, they would lose as much as 50% of their strength. Of course, this scaled with the city's grade. A gold grade city could limit the strength of up to the gold grade, while an air grade city would be able to infect even air grade threats. However, there was a very obvious problem here. This chapter upload first at NWSB. C0 and Lionel's army of stingrays were saltwater creatures. As a result, they were subject to the very same debuff. This was the obvious downside of this city. There were no freshwater creatures in the region to begin with. This was the ocean. And unless you bought freshwater creatures from the water lotus city itself, you would be out of luck. There were fresh bodies of water on the supercontinents, but Lionel didn't have the time to divert his attention to them in an attempt to find freshwater creatures on a large enough scale for them to be useful. And there was obviously the largest problem. Lionel didn't have the time to spare to make another huge batch of armors. Lionel took a breath and exhaled, his gaze frighteningly calm. It wasn't impossible to find freshwater creatures. He owned the entire supercontinent, and thus had a method of scanning the entire territory for what he needed. The issue was that doing so was useless for the reason of time. Anyone else would be ecstatic to receive such a territory, but Lionel's own skill had ironically painted him into a corner. This situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. After all, these debuffs would be suffered by the creatures of the upgrade challenge as well. That meant his stingrays and the enemy would be on the same playing field. But the larger problem would be if Lionel was ever attacked. There was no telling if others had access to freshwater creatures or not, or maybe even creatures who could exist in both. How pathetic would it be if he was suddenly at a disadvantage in his own territory? I think you should take a look at the other problem, was that because this territory came with such a large advantage right from the outset, the benefits one could get afterward was limited. Lionel tossed the territory reward up and caught it again, his mind spinning with several thoughts. Seems that it's time to reveal another trump card. Call the commanders of the Skies family here. It wasn't long before a long line of Skies family members stood before Lionel. All of them had on extremely respectful expressions, which was a far cry from how things had been just a month or so ago. They were the only group Lionel had never sent out on missions, so everything Lionel had done, they had personally witnessed. The kind of strength Lionel could display at such a young age left them in complete awe. All of them were less than 100 years old and were relatively young as a result. Seeing the difference between them let them understand why it was their patriarch had lowered his head. It's about time. You all prepare yourselves. Lionel waved a hand. Exchanging several million points, he brought out over 100 spatial rings. The generals of the Skies family that he had appointed already knew what these rings were for. So, without a word, they immediately turned and left, rushing to get into place one after another. Lionel turned back to the others. For the next half day, stay outside this range of waters. After issuing his orders, Lionel flashed and vanished. With great speed, he found the location of waters he wanted and threw the water lotus orb out. It immediately burst from its glass orb and expanded wildly, surging out in all directions until it formed an enormous lotus. Large and thick green pads extended from the sides, while in the center, a gorgeous pink flower bloomed, its thin petals gently waving in the wind. For extra defense, the green pads could close, though it took a few hours to finish. So this had to be done well in advance. It could be said, though, that this territory was designed to be purely defensive. If he wanted to be a death trap, it would be up to him. One after another, over the horizon, the Sky's family members dashed across the water surface, swiftly catching up with Lionel. Lionel's gaze sharpened as he sent forward several more rewards, triggering the bronze upgrade challenge and then the silver and gold upgrade challenges right afterward. Chapter 2023, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 41 seconds p.m. Chapter 2023. Crack. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel dispersed the challenges with instant clear reward. His gaze narrowed as the Sky's family took up their position on the large greed pads. The current Sky's family members didn't look anything like they had before. There were still only about 10,000 of them, but since the beginning of the Air Wars, they had been wearing the very same simple linen clothing. But now, each one of them wore radiant armor, their foreheads fitted with a tight headband that seemed reminiscent of a simple crown. The drama on the night side supercontinent was so great at the moment that many were still focusing on what was happening there, especially since Lionel had entered a bit of a lull since clearing his first section of the sea. But suddenly seeing that he had gained another special territory, the expressions of many couldn't help but become serious. If Lionel succeeded, wouldn't this mean that he would claim half of the ocean for himself? Combining this with an entire supercontinent, wasn't this far too much? Many saw the clear problem with this strategy, though. Lionel already had a shortage of people. What good was it to have this much territory? He should be attacking the others before they could gather any more people. This was his best chance. There was only one explanation for this. Lionel wanted to prevent others from benefiting from the ocean. It was ambitious, more than they understood. Lionel's every action always seemed filled with so much confidence. It was clear that he did nothing by half measures. He was ambitious when he needed to be. He drew back when caution was needed. He schemed better than most they had seen, and the sharpness of his mind seemed to be on another level. Subconsciously, many realized that even when they couldn't explain why Lionel was doing something, they subconsciously believed that he had a good reason for doing so. This was a subtle and yet prominent change occurring all across the human domain. Lionel couldn't be sure of the mind of others, but he had clearly planned on this kind of change. There was a reason he hadn't just started the domain war, and momentum was only part of the reason. He was far too unknown. Most knew his father, but not him. He wanted to show this human domain that his own merits were enough to crush them. This chapter upload first at NWSB. Cizo Lionel's gaze suddenly blazed to life as he fused 2 more gold-grade city cores into the Water Lotus City. Without hesitation, he shot into the air, overlooking the waters. They had become much clearer, the smell of fresh water filling the air. It was intoxicating and filled one with a sense and calm. They were so clear that one could almost see to the bottom of the ocean despite its ridiculous depth. It was an absolutely gorgeous sight. But as soon as it appeared, it vanished beneath the wildly churning waters. At that moment, the members of the Sky's family all roared out at once. The clear skies above began to roll as a dense body of dark clouds began to make their way over. Their armors began to glow fiercely, strong pillars of gold light filled with lightning runes rising up and piercing the thick cumulonimbus clouds. Lionel watched this silently, unmoved by the churning lightning just above his head. The reality was that salt water conducted lightning with far greater ease than fresh water. One would think that if Lionel wanted to use the Skies family, he should have used them during his first air grade upgrade challenge instead of now. But this was actually the wrong way to view things, albeit an easy mistake to make. Lightning always chooses the path of least resistance. That meant that if one was in water that conducted it with greater ease, your odds of surviving wouldn't be lesser, it would actually be much greater. What did this mean? Simply put, the damage that could be done in fresh water was far beyond that of what could be done in salt water. And that was because it was more difficult for lightning to pass through fresh water, and as such the odds it would choose to pass through your body instead was far higher. The moment Lionel saw that the surrounding and immediate 10% of his Water Lotus territory would become purely fresh water, it clicked into place for him, and he realized that this was the absolute best time to use the Skies family. I think you should take a look at, of course. Things weren't so simple as they seemed on the surface. Kill, Lionel said lightly. The gazes of the Skies family members flashed, their pillars of lightning expanding into the waters before them. At that moment, just as the oceanic beasts began to appear one after another, they were first hit by a wave of weakness after entering the freshwater. Then, right afterward, they were swallowed up by a sea of lightning. The harrowing cries of hundreds of millions of oceanic beasts echoed as the Skies flashed with arcs of lightning that pierced downward again and again. Bang, 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 rumble. The air-grade generals froze, unable to move. They writhed in pain, their skin quickly charring beneath the menacing sea of gold. Lionel calmly took out his bow and pulled back its string taut. The smell of frying flesh filled the air. The gold-grade threats could hardly last a few seconds before they were fried to ash. Only the air-grade threats seemed capable of holding on, but they were entirely paralyzed. To Lionel, they were nothing more than unmoving targets. With an exhale, Lionel released his arrow, tearing a hole 10 meters across in the head of an enormous colossal squid. Clearing this would be even easier than the first air-grade upgrade challenge. Across the ocean, located on the ocean's floor, near an underwater volcano, a city was located. If others had been paying attention, they would be quite shocked, as this underwater city was actually already at the gold grade, a rare find even at this stage. In fact, the only two with such a city were Lionel and Third Nova, or so most thought. However, at that moment, a large change took place. Ornic's expression changed, but it was already too late. Crack! The city core broke, and the entire city was uplifted and shoved outward. They were expelled from the sea, their city forcefully relocated to another section of the ocean. Chapter 2024, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 2024. An hour if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Orenic stood stunned. What had just happened? He didn't even remotely have a good explanation. The more he thought about it, the more baffled he was. Was it some sort of special reward? But according to his calculations, Gold Grade should be the highest level city currently. It had to be remembered that the supercontinents only spawned dungeons and challenges equivalent to the territories it was in. This meant that if one wanted a reward higher than the air grade at this point, according to Ornic's calculations anyway, one would have no choice but to enter the ocean. This was the only place that would spawn such challenges ahead of time. Orenic didn't believe that a gold grade reward could expel his city like it had just now, even cracking its city core. Such a thing would completely unbalance the situation. So did that mean that someone had been just lucky enough to clear an air grade dungeon with this sort of reward? But even that didn't make any sense, because that would have to mean that they were targeted in specific. They had been completely secretive and had definitely flown under the radar. Plus, who could even reach them currently? They only had such freedom so deep because of the rain beasts. Orenic threw that idea out and assumed that it must be some sort of large area of affectability But just how large could it be? He didn't believe that anyone could sneak up on them, and they had already claimed a large region with their special territory. So if anything had appeared, they would have been alerted on their territory map the moment someone encroached. In order for them not to notice, the range of such a thing would have had to be enormous, hundreds of kilometers at the very least, and that once again brought him back to his original deduction. It had to be an air-grade reward. But that was impossible. Orenic took a breath and exhaled. Often, the simplest deduction was the right deduction. This chapter upload first at NWSB. C0M someone formed an air-grade territory. Not only that, but they succeeded in claiming the entire sea for themselves. As a group with a unique ocean territory, Orenic, of course, knew about claiming a sea. He was actually working as fast as possible to get to that level as soon as possible. But just when he felt like he was getting close, all of his hard work had been destroyed. No, it's not over yet. There were obviously two choices before him. The first was repairing the city through fusion, while the second was attacking the person who had done this to them. At that moment, Richard and Montero flashed over from a distance. They landed in the midst of the ruined and cracked city, their expressions just as ugly as Orenic's. What the hell happened here? Richard asked. We've been targeted. I think someone used an air-grade reward to expel us and claim the sea. How is that possible? Montero's brows jumped. I think you should take a look at it. It's unlikely, but it isn't impossible. We've run into upgrade rewards and territory rewards. It's likely that someone was lucky enough to stumble into all three that were needed. Potentially one of the Water Force families. We would have to face off against the Constellation families eventually. You're saying someone managed to gather a unique water territory, which is already rare enough, on top of all of those things? Bullshit. That's the simplest explanation. It's also best that we go forward with this explanation, because if we underestimate the enemy too much, we'll suffer instead. Richard gripped his fists. Why did it feel like every time he was close to succeeding, he would be crushed before he could even fully rise? His gaze burned with a furious light, causing the waters to become agitated. Well, crush them now before they can gain the full benefits of the air-grade territory. They'll be in a lull right after passing such a big trial as well. In addition, although they won't know much about us, their territory map should have alerted them to the fact that they had just pushed a territory out. They won't ever guess that we'll attack them now, when we've just suffered a huge blow. Orenic frowned when he heard Richard's words. He could tell that Richard was already slowly losing his patience. However, when Richard continued, his words still seemed to carry some reason. Think about it. Anyone who could find so many rewards in the ocean, albeit lucky, also took quite a bit of effort as well. They've likely taken the same strategy as us in dispersing many of their subordinates into groups to clear as many dungeons and challenges as possible. If they used an upgrade reward to reach the air grade, which makes the most sense, they wouldn't have needed to recall everyone, and they're likely to even expand their radius even further. Now that they had a territory map that expands across an entire sea, there's even more dungeons and challenges to deal with. Before they consolidate and decide to attack other territories with the gains they've made, this is the best chance they'll have, without a doubt. Orenic nodded slowly. Although he had originally felt that Richard was far too eager, after hearing his words, Orenic felt that they held no small bit of logic to them. The reasoning was sound, and he couldn't find anything wrong with it immediately. Even if they were wrong and someone had somehow amassed an army that could clear an air-grade upgrade challenge the normal way already, not to mention the point total it cost as well, after fighting such a huge battle, this person would be in quite a sorry state currently. So even in the case he was wrong, there was no better time to attack than now. Orenic nodded slowly. Let's prepare. We can only take an hour at most. Richard and Montero looked toward another, clearly in agreement. It was clear that they had all agreed on this being the best step. If they retreated now, their chances of victory were next to nothing. Aside from revenge, the rewards of these air wars were far too lucrative, they couldn't give them up. Chapter 2025. Published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 36 seconds p.m. Chapter 2025. Large if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel slowly lowered his bow, his eyes narrowing as he looked off in a certain direction. He looked down and scanned the sky's family members. They were indeed in a sorry state. They had just maintained their domain of lightning for several hours. Although Lionel's armor made it a lot easier on them, they would need quite a bit of time to recover unless they used the pods. Return to the ice island, Lionel commanded. Unfortunately, the outposts were always tied to a single city, as in the city they were summoned from. As such, Lionel's convenient teleportation network wasn't useful here. He would have to build up another network for this city that could bridge the gap between the two and make it more convenient. He definitely had the funds to do so, but it would take time because one had to personally place the outpost down in their chosen location. In addition to this, Lionel didn't yet know if he would have the points to spare. That was because he now had 3 trillion more points and another city to potentially upgrade. He would have to decide, once again, whether to save what he had or use it immediately. As Lionel had expected, the options weren't many for the Water Lotus territory. So many of the advantages of the territory were baked into it already that giving it any more upgrade paths would be too overpowered and break the balance of the air wars. The only option Lionel gained was one that allowed him to exchange points for a faster closing time. This chapter upload first at NWSB C0, and this closing time refer to the green pads of the Water Lotus entering a defensive position. Right now, it took about 8 hours to close the pads and enter the strongest defensive state of the city. He could spend 1 trillion to half that time, 2 trillion to cut it down to 2 hours, and 4 trillion to cut it down to an hour. For every halving, Lionel would have to pay double the points. Other than this, there were no other options to gain. Lionel narrowed his gaze. He was in a bit of a situation now. He had, indeed, sensed that he had expelled someone from his territory. But just like he had sensed them, they had definitely sensed him. If they were smart, their next action would be to attack him with their full force as quickly as possible. His people were, indeed, dispersed, just as Richard had said. In addition, the Sky's family that had fought by his side were too fatigued for another round of battle. It would take them only 15 minutes for the uninjured among them to recover once they returned, but it would take at least an hour to return and an hour to come back to his side. That was 2.5 hours total. He had just gained 3 trillion points from clearing the air grade challenge. Although there were points to be gained from the dungeons and challenges as well, those points were adjusted to account for individuals potentially having millions of subordinates to begin with. He only gained 100,000 points for dealing with an air grade threat, while the others, in exchange for clearing an air grade dungeon, might receive anywhere from a few hundred million to a few billion. While this might sound like a lot, one would need to clear 1,000 such dungeons just to get 1 trillion points, let alone the tens of trillions he felt like he needed. I think you should take a look at I have to release the stingrays and let them start clearing challenges on their own. Lionel shook his head. It seemed that he would have to hold this line alone until the Sky's family could return. Unfortunately, he had also told the others to stay out of this sea due to the danger of the method he was planning on using, so it would take them about an hour to rush to him, and that was if they were wiped out from their dungeon clearing in the first place. With a wave of his hand, Lionel spent all 3 trillion points, cutting the time needed to 2 hours and beginning the closing process. He was feeling a hint fatigued after the battle himself, but the hour he estimated it would take them to get here was more than enough for him. With a step, he appeared on the edge of one of the slowly moving green pads. His bare feet dangled in the clear waters, his expression calm as he closed them, laying his spear across his lap. His breathing seemed to match the rhythm of the slowly churning waters. The reason he had claimed this city in the first place was to ensure that no one else could claim a sea for themselves, and he planned to do it twice more. He didn't care even if he had to leave the Water Lotus territory closed into perpetuity. His only goal was to hold this land. What happened with the rest of it didn't matter to him. Oddly enough, This was a rare moment of relaxation for him since the air wars had begun. Listening to the rushing waves as an army approached him, he felt an unprecedented calm. It was a calm that came from the depths of his soul, a confidence built on a track record that ran deep, a blemishless resume. Suddenly, Lionel opened his eyes. By this point, the edge of the green pad he sat upon had raised into the skies, leaving just the smallest gaps to squeeze through. However, the city was still too exposed. In order to stop someone from reaching the city core and claiming the city for themselves, it would take a great deal of effort on his part. The last hour felt as though it had passed in the blink of an eye, but the tranquility of Lionel's gaze was more gentle than even the waves of a serene lake. Even when he saw the large army before him, he was unmoved. Even after he recognized Richard and Orinik, he reacted as though they were nothing more than air. He stood to his feet slowly, holding out his spear from his body and pointing it toward the waters below. If one drew a line from the tip of his spear to the once calm surface, it would be possible to see a gentle ripple spread out, almost as though someone had touched the surface with a finger. And yet, Lionel's spear and spear force was nowhere near it. It was as though the ocean's waters were informing the world that Lionel's presence was much larger than it seemed to be. Chapter 2026, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 35 seconds p.m. Chapter 2026. Floating cotton balls. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. The scene at the front could only be described as shocking. Hovering above the water, what looked like enormous blue cotton balls floated. Each one of these cotton balls was almost a kilometer across at the smallest and over 10 at the largest. They looked completely harmless, and yet large tendrils of water streamed upward from the once calm surface with such speed that one could almost witness the surface of the ocean dropping millimeter by millimeter. The amount of water these creatures were absorbing was absolutely shocking, and yet it didn't seem to hinder their movements in the slightest. It was clear that the Water Lotus Territory's debuff was completely useless on these enormous creatures as well, and there were easily thousands of them, stretching as far as the eye could see. If it wasn't for their ridiculous size, Lionel had no doubt that there would be even more. On top of these cotton ball creatures, warriors stood. It was a mixture of Aemon, Itatsi, and Viola family members. These people were relatively unknown in the human domain, so much so that many had been questioning why Lionel was sitting in silence and doing nothing at all. They had had no idea that such a lineup was coming until now. Realizing that Lionel was actually planning on facing off against such an army alone, the hearts of the spectators shuddered uncontrollably. As for Orinik and Richard, both were very surprised that the one before them now was actually Lionel. Both had believed that this person would more than likely be from a Waterforce family, but when they saw it was the person they wanted to deal with the most, and better yet he was alone, a cold light suffused their irises. Even so, the unhurried calm in Lionel's gaze was especially grating on their hearts. It felt as though they were reliving some of the most traumatic moments of their lives. The loss of the Void Library token that Lionel had snatched from him seemed simple, but just for a chance to enter as a Galaxy-ranked disciple. Orinik had lost count of the number of times he had put his life on the line, how much blood he had shed, how many near-death experiences he had withstood, escaping by the skin of his teeth. This chapter upload first at NWSV Caesar, but without a single regard for anything, Lionel, that boy whose only claim to fame were his parents, had snatched something he had spent years planning for. To this day, that was still the greatest humiliation of his life. He was an exceptionally cautious person, one who only took action when he believed that he had all the cards in his hand, and yet he had been outplayed. For Richard, the hatred was even more deep-seated. His family had been destroyed and uprooted, not just once but twice. Aina had crushed his pride as a man, and the Luxniks had crushed his pride as an heir. By now, he knew that Lionel had played him, forcing him into a corner without raising even a single finger. He could sense the disdain radiating off of Lionel despite the fact the latter's expression was calm. It was a disregard so deeply entrenched that it made Richard's blood boil, his slightly graying hair dancing in the wind. Montero, the only one of the three without history with Lionel, was the only one looking around and questioning the situation. Where were his subordinates? Were they inside the city? Why didn't he sense them? But it was exactly at that moment that Orenic and Richard spoke at once. Attack! The skies above rumbled, and the large tendrils of water tornadoes that the rain beasts were swallowing up shifted. I think you should take a look at Lionel, narrowed his eyes as an enormous wave of water surged toward him. They towered tens of kilometers into the skies, blotting out even the sun in the skies. There was simply nowhere to escape it, whether it was width or height. Both carried the suffocating weight of nature. A bronze aura gently radiated from Lionel as he tilted his head up. Even doing so while standing in the skies didn't allow him to lay eyes on the end of the wave. Slowly, a Tier 2 armor formed over his body trembling lightly just once before he suddenly appeared before the wall of thick water. With a roar, Lionel slashed down, splitting the tsunami in two. As he slashed, Lionel's gaze flickered. He had felt more resistance than he had expected. Although the tsunami-like wave was large between his water force control and spear force, it shouldn't have been too difficult. But this water held a different sort of character. Lionel realized that these creatures weren't just spraying water around. They were controlling it. They were large, floating, breathing water force domains. That meant he had only just split the wave when it began to crash down around him. If it was just a wall of normal water, it would have fallen and collapsed. Even if it managed to maintain its form, it would have continued its forward momentum. But this one abruptly stopped and collapsed around him like a rain of fists weighing millions of kilograms. Lionel's gaze blazed to life, and his 10 stars appeared to his back, his aura surging. He took a step forward and vanished through his starry light domain. When he appeared again, his divine armor was billowing with dense blue nebulae-like fog, his aura soaring once again. His void star force stars twinkling, trembling once, and ripping the control of the tsunami from the wall of beasts. Lionel felt a bead of sweat fall down his brow, his heart skipping a beat. Just now, he felt the tug of not just one rain beast, but dozens. They were sharing control of these waters, making stripping the control away several times more difficult than it should have been. Even so, Lionel's spear didn't pause. With a sweep, his spear followed a wide arc. The tsunami to his back became a sharp, slicing wave, and it surged toward the oncoming army. However, the rain beasts made no attempt to fight back. They only continued to float forward slowly, their size still expanding. When Lionel's slicing wave hit them, their cotton bodies rippled slightly before all the water was swallowed up and they grew another size. Lionel's gaze couldn't help but narrow. Chapter 2027, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 34 seconds p.m. Chapter 2027. Sneer if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Richard sneered. Even the unmodified rain beasts, at this size, were practically immune to water force. Let alone water force, because they could expel so much water at once. Their defenses were nigh impenetrable. Punching them quite literally felt like punch a large ball of cotton. It wasn't just a look, it was a feature. There was a reason the Rain Galaxy didn't allow them to get this large. Although they were generally harmless, when they grew to a certain size, they were almost undefeatable. The only real way to handle them was to take them away from a source of water and allow them to run out of water to use and manipulate. Then they would become no less docile than any other domesticated creature. However, Lionel didn't even have this option. Just judging by the closing green pads, Lionel was obviously trying to protect this city. If he wasn't, he would be too foolish. If there was no one here, Snatching the city core wouldn't even take any effort at all. Knowing this, how could Lionel lead the rain beasts away for a water source? The entire terrain was the water source. The shore was literally hundreds of kilometers away. Although Lionel had thought about placing the water lotus closer to the shore, he would be giving up its greatest ability in doing this, that being the debuff of fresh water. However, even that was ironically useless in this situation. It had actually taken so much effort just to rip water force from the tsunami wave just now. Lionel couldn't even imagine what it would take to strip them of the water inside their bodies, especially since there were thousands of them, easily. There are only two explanations for this. Either these beasts have a massive weakness that I haven't spotted yet, or they were trying to be secretive. Lionel couldn't see how these three had only made this much progress with this kind of trump card. If Lionel had had these rain beasts, not only would he have not needed to expose several trump cards, he would have already claimed the entire ocean for him and would probably be making a move onto the night side continent right this moment. Suddenly, Lionel's gaze flickered. I see. This chapter upload first at NWSB. C0, it found the weakness. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite as groundbreaking as he hoped. This weakness was simply that it took the rain beasts a great deal of time to reach this state. In this state, these rain beasts were easily worth 10,000 points each. It was likely that Orionic and Richard had chosen to exploit the same loophole that the Leo family had and imported them with just 1 point. Due to this, they had to grow these beasts themselves, causing them to waste a lot of time. If this time was removed, the fastest to form a gold grade territory wouldn't be Lionel, it would, in fact, be these three. If Lionel hadn't ruined their plans, they would also have been the first to form an air grade territory. If they had been allowed to grow undisturbed, the likelihood that they would have claimed victory in these air wars would likely have been won by them. Lionel's lip curled, his sneers seemingly entirely displaced given the situation. He didn't feel lucky, nor did he sigh in relief. He hadn't been lucky. The reason he had chosen to push forward with claiming all the seas for himself was precisely to avoid a situation like this one. This was the benefit of being proactive and knowing when to push and when to be conservative. As far as Lionel was concerned, he didn't feel like he was backed into a corner. In fact, he felt that there was no better time to deal with this threat. Lionel held out his spear just as Richard and Orionic began to feel a bubbling rage caused by his reaction. They couldn't believe that even now, Lionel dared to look down on them. But it was then that his aura suddenly pierced into the skies. Star fusion. King's might. I think you should take a look at Bang. A wild whirlpool formed beneath Lionel's feet. The crowding clouds above seemed to be under the same spinning force, a vortex taking shape both above and below him. Lionel held out his spear, and at that moment his body trembled, forming a clone, then a second, then a 10th, and a 100th. Soon, the number of Lionels seemed to dwarf even the large army before him, and they all surged forward at once. Ornic's gaze narrowed. Target that location. He had seen this ability from Lionel before, or so he thought. The technique he had seen was one Lionel had picked up from Valiant Heart Mountain. It was nothing more than an illusion of the light. But this one, a wall of water suddenly appeared where Lionel had stood. However, even after it landed, nothing seemed to happen. The other clones continued forward without dispersing, appearing around the army and attacking all at once. Right then, several Lionels appeared before Orionic and the others, his spear slicing down. Kill, Richard ordered. They stood upon the largest of the rain beasts. It was almost 20 kilometers across. Even though Lionel had appeared before them, he was still easily 10 kilometers away. It was almost impossible to even create an attack of that scale, let alone reach them. The water beneath the rain beast shifted and surged toward the oncoming Lionels. The three didn't feel like they even had to move an inch, but what happened next left them without words. Emperor's Edict. In the blink of an eye, the rain beast that had been almost 20 kilometers in diameter suddenly vanished. Those spectating blinked, but when they looked closer, they realized that it hadn't vanished. No, it had shrunk back down to the size of a palm. And as for the waters, it had taken several days to absorb. It was hovering behind Lionel as though a miniature planet. Wielding it like a weapon, Lionel's slash continued, his gaze filled with a menacing light. Chapter 2028, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 31 seconds p.m. Chapter 2028. Harsh reality: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again before Enrich, Richard, and Montero could react. Half of their subordinates died. It was as though everything had been reversed instantaneously. The moment Lionel had grasped the weakness and the strengths of the rain beasts, it was over. His clones surged forward, slaughtering the people of the Viola, Aemon, and Itatsi family. They used a strong spatial force to dodge out of the way of the other water force attacks, and took down an enemy at a time with single strokes. The general warriors of these three families were no stronger than the Skies family. Their only real strength came from the rain beasts and their special strengths. How could they withstand even a single blow from Lionel's clones, let alone Lionel himself? Enrich seemed to see red. His immaculate style of dress immediately became disheveled as the rain of water from above ruined his perfectly groomed hair. In just a single attack, he had lost his air of superiority in its entirety. Lionel's figure flashed as he grabbed the now palm-sized rain beast out of the air. He stood silently in the skies, observing it as though the battle around him had little to do with him. Fear gripped Montero. Lionel stood no more than 100 meters from them, having crossed such a large distance as though it was nothing. Watching his people fall around him, his heart trembled uncontrollably. Unable to withstand the impact anymore, he reached for his badge, crushing it. This chapter upload first at USB. Cizo Lionel looked up from the adorable ball of blue cotton in his hand. In its small size, it felt much more like a living, breathing creature. It rolled around without any sort of concept of danger, making odd blooping sounds as it rolled around. It was clear that it was harmless and as innocent as a blank slate. So, Lionel didn't care to take his attention from it. Even so, Lionel didn't do anything as Montero escaped, he and the rest of the Aemon family vanishing along with him. Instead, Lionel simply looked up into the skies. "Capture him," he said lightly. Montero appeared in the depths of starry skies, grabbing his heart as he took deep breaths. He had heard Richard and Enrich talk about Lionel all the time. The amount of hatred they had toward him, and their constant fixation on revenge, made it seem as though they were on the same playing field. Although he had heard about some of the feats Lionel had accomplished while in the Void Palace, it was easily drowned out by the feats of others, or just too ridiculous to accept. For example, when Lionel cleared dozens of floors on his first entry into the Void Tower. Even those that had been there didn't believe it, let alone those who hadn't. So, in Montero's eyes, Lionel was always someone that it wouldn't be a problem to deal with if they put their heads together. It was also not helpful that before all of this had happened, his confidence had been slowly growing every day, thanks to the benefits he had gained from the Cataclysm Void as an owner of a world spirit. But the moment he had seen Lionel like this, face to face, witnessing his presence, the pressure he gave, his aura, Montero had entirely forgotten how to breathe. The gap was so large that he couldn't even fathom it. Even after several deep breaths, he couldn't seem to calm down at all. And that was when Lionel's eerie voice penetrated his soul. "I think you should take a look at Capture Him." The words echoed to everyone as though Lionel was whispering right into their ears. Just like before, Lionel had bypassed the restrictions of the Dream Force as though they weren't there. And just like that, everyone who hadn't been paying attention to this clash suddenly couldn't take their eyes off of it. Montero's eyes widened. He felt a cold chill travel up his back, and his head spun toward the Morales family. No, I survived fair and square. This isn't right. Is the Morales family going to break its own rules? The Morales ancestors weren't even looking at Montero. If Lionel actually expected them to capture Montero for him, he was sorely mistaken. He wasn't yet the patriarch, and even if he was, no patriarch could order around the ancestors as he pleased. The patriarch was a functionally lower level than them. The position was only to deal with affairs at and below the seventh dimension. They frowned a bit, feeling that Lionel was actually a little too arrogant if he believed this. But before they could go down this line of thought much further, a mass of swirling dark force suddenly appeared behind Montero. It was sudden and quick, so much so that even the ancestors hadn't sensed it until it appeared. Out from within it, a mature beauty stepped out. A long, black dress clung tightly to her curves, a powerful, streamlined body hidden within. It was clear that she had more muscle than the average female, but rather than distracting from her femininity, it accentuated it, making it bolder, more exotic, more beautiful. Everything from her pale, almost transparent skin to her rosy red lips enticed and entranced people. Montero couldn't even react before his arms and legs were suddenly bound, even his lips being covered by a thin black silk. Mordred released a delicate laugh, one that caused the hearts of many to skip. She seemed to be quite assured in her charm, and she wasn't the least beast shy about using it, her maturity shining through like well-aged wine. With another step, she vanished in her ball of twirling dark force, leaving the line of senses for the other ancestors. No matter how they looked, they couldn't seem to find her at all. Just when everyone thought it was over, a streak of golden light appeared. King Arthur appeared for no more than a single instant before vanishing in another streak himself. However, after a few moments of silence, the flagship of the Aemon family split into two, its members dying one after another. Silence fell over all, a harsh reality settling in. The number of subordinates Lionel had shown weren't his limit. In fact, they were very lucky that the age limit was just 100 years old. If it was just a few decades more, the world would have known the like of King Arthur and his daughter Mordred. Chapter 2029, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 29 seconds p.m. Chapter 2029. Two names if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The changes were sudden and shocking. Not many knew how to react to it. The strength of Mordred's dark force left many apprehensive. Her escape measures deeper than anything they had ever seen before. To be able to hide from even their senses felt too ridiculous. Just who were these people exactly? But maybe even more impressive than that was cutting a flagship in half with a single bound. While the Aemon family was on the much weaker side, a flagship still remained a flagship. Just in terms of sheer size, one would have to be able to levy an attack with a range of at least an entire kilometer within a breath to succeed in such a feat. To do that, even in a semi-decent world, was one thing. But this was the Morales family's territory. This was a world with that easily stood at the pinnacle of seventh-dimensional worlds, with very few other seventh-dimensional worlds being comparable. It was the sturdiest environment one could be in without entering the territory of the Void Palace, or, obviously, entering an eighth-dimensional world. The brows of the Morales ancestors loosened somewhat, though there was also a hint of embarrassment for clearly taking Lionel's words the wrong way. Now that they thought about it, Lionel had never asked them for anything. In fact, unlike their other heirs, Lionel's growth to this point had nothing to do with the Morales family's resources. Even if one wanted to take into consideration the spear domain ring and the segmented cube, the former would only be able to be used by those with sharp enough senses and talent in the spear to begin with, while the latter had been passed down through Lionel's family line from the very beginning. This chapter upload first at NWSB. Caesar, when things were put into perspective, it was actually quite nonsensical of them to think that he had been asking for them to act, especially when before the Air Wars even began, Lionel thought to return the spear domain ring and the segmented cube. The fact that he hadn't even known these two things about his own treasures meant that Velasco was still the very same Velasco they remembered. He hated to explain anything, even when it was to his own son. As for Lionel's mother, She had been restricted by the rules of the Void Palace all her life. When could there have possibly been time for him to gain the shelter of his parents? In truth, Lionel might even be independent to a fault. Ancestor Alvaro sighed. Quite frankly, he felt bad for even thinking along this line of reasoning, and his impression of Lionel couldn't help but become even better. But although the Morales family had realized their mistake, there would always be some fools who were unwilling to accept it. Nearby, the flagships of the Itatsi and Viola families swayed back and forth under the raging explosion. Fear was clearly painted on their faces as they came to realize that their fates might very well be the same. Their only chance of victory was for Lionel to lose to Orinik and Richard, but given how decisively Montero had run, was that even possible? Seeing this as a sort of opportunity, and seemingly still very much unhappy about Lionel using Cloud Race members to win a competition of human geniuses, Cross Elder Avon snorted, his unhappiness painted all across his face. You Morales are truly acting as if I'm not even here. I advise you all return the patriarch of the Amon family now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Avon had been too far away and too slow to react to Arthur and Mordred's sudden appearance. As such, he could only watch as the Amon family was massacred. He had used his senses to scan the region for several moments, but even after so many attempts, he still couldn't seem to find the two at all, leaving him a bit frustrated. He had wanted to act against them directly, but how could he if he couldn't even find them? I think you should take a look at his role here was quite limited. He was meant to be neutral, and Shield Cross Stars hadn't sent even a single genius in. Neither did the Void Palace. Or, more accurately, none of the geniuses in line to become the next Void Elders of the Void Palace had participated, as they were also meant to remain strictly neutral. But due to this neutral position, Avon was in a unique position to act on behalf of the Amon family, which was clearly much too weak to defend themselves. What also helped his methods was the fact that the Morales had already gained the ire of so many thanks to Lionel's actions. If they were casually destroying weaker families now, when it was convenient, it was easy to paint the picture that the Morales were trying to get rid of trouble before it became more troublesome to deal with in the future. If he could successfully accuse the Morales of such a thing, the pressure on them would only become more enormous. Of course, nothing Mordred or Arthur had displayed was even remotely connected to them to the Morales. Arthur had clearly used Sword Force and Light Force just now, while Mordred used what had looked like a wand straight out of a fairy tale. But who said all Morales had to use spears? There were many Morales who were born with neither of their lineage factors. In addition, who said they weren't relying on their ability indexes instead? With that sort of reasonable doubt, putting the bullseye on the Morales was all too easy. However, what Cross Elder Avon never expected was for a light laughter, one that was all too familiar and melted the bones as it sped up one's heart rate, would ring out at this moment. I would advise Shield Cross Stars to stay in their lane. We wouldn't want some embarrassing circumstances to leak out, now would we? Mordred's delicate and seductive voice echoed through the starry skies, but even now it was still difficult to tell exactly where it was coming from. Avon's temper was fiery, and he almost immediately lashed out. "You little harlot, why don't you come out and say that to my face?" Mordred laughed. Joram, Guerreros. She only spoke out two names, but Avon immediately went pale. Under the shocked gazes of all those present, the blustering Cross Elder, the man whose temper couldn't be calmed by anyone, suddenly sealed his lips. Chapter 2030, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 27 seconds p.m. Chapter 2030. Pawn if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Avon had been skeptical about how he and Shield Cross Stars had ended up claiming victory over such a large contingent of the Cloud Race. When he had seen Lionel suddenly come out with so many Cloud Race members who were essentially his slaves, he had felt that sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach, that feeling that he had been led by the nose all this time. However, he had managed to ignore it, turning that sinking feeling into a will to target the Morales and blame them for their crimes. The moment Mordred's voice had echoed those two names, though, his entire world came crashing down. He didn't even know the name Joram, because the moment he caught Guerreros, the latter had used a powerful measure of the cloud race to avoid interrogation and entered a deep sleep. But the moment he heard that name, the name of the very patriarch the cloud race had been impersonating in the chaotic water sector, it all clicked. Joram must be his real name. The fact that Lionel's subordinates knew his real name meant that Lionel definitely knew more than he had. A lot more. Just the fact that Lionel could make Cloud Race members do his bidding spoke volumes to begin with. All of the Cloud Race members that Shield Cross Stars had captured had all entered that odd calm-like state that made it impossible for even those with Dream Force and mind-reading ability indexes to get into their thoughts and read their memories. Now, there was simply no denying it. Lionel had been the one to lead him by the nose back then. He was the one that had manipulated them like they were chess pieces. And just when he thought he was making the Ascension Empire suffer by pulling out and making them deal with a host of problems on their own, he had ended up getting rid of Lionel's biggest problem for him, while Lionel himself was probably reclined somewhere, embracing a beauty. This chapter upload first at NWSB. So, a more cross elder haven't thought about it. The more enraged he was, but even though others could see his face turning a bright shade of red, the metal of the flagship around him slowly melting, he still didn't dare to say even a word. If everyone found out that it was actually Lionel who had been responsible for Shield Cross Star's biggest victory against the Cloud Race, a victory that he had gained so much fame and adoration for, it would be impossible to come back. They had been taking nothing but losses in recent years, and every instance of victory they had was somehow related to Lionel. And yet, they had actually placed a bounty on his head and called him a fugitive. Their image was already in the dumps previously, and it was this victory that allowed them some respite. Avon simply couldn't allow the world to learn about this. At least not now. Mordred's laughter rang through the starry skies. It was exceptionally nice to listen to, but to Avon's it felt like nothing more than needle pricking at his eardrums. His fury could have taken tangible form if he allowed it. The ancestors of the various families, even the Morales, couldn't help but frown. Even if Avon remained silent, speculation was impossible to dodge. But at the same time, the place Lionel had in their hearts only elevated. In the beginning, it had felt ridiculous that Lionel could even compete with those of his generation. But now, he was toying even with ancestors of their level. And the worst part was that he didn't even seem to have to be present to do so. Back in Air Wars, Lionel looked down from the skies. He didn't need to guess the results. He trusted his people and had no need to doubt them. I think you should take a look at whether it was Mordred or Arthur. Both of them not only had ability indexes that were incredibly rare and powerful, they were also gifted the same talent of the people of Earth while also having access to a magic system novel to the human domain. Many of the enemies they faced didn't even know how to face them. The only enemies they had ever struggled against were members of the Cloud Race, which were far more talented than most humans to begin with, and members of the 4 great families whose strength spoke for themselves. When it came to anyone else, especially within the human domain, they were on a level all to their own. Beneath the 8th dimension, their number of opponents was already very rare. Lionel rolled the rain beast in his hands again. It felt incredibly soft to the touch. He could see why people had adored them as domesticated pets. Even now, he didn't seem to take Orenic and Richard very seriously. Not going to run? Lionel asked lightly. The two clenched their fists so hard that their veins threatened to pop. Their force raged through their nodes, and their hearts pumped madly. They had no idea what had happened just now. But the fact that Lionel said capture them made them think that the Morales family had acted on Lionel's orders just now. That made them realize that there was no way out aside from victory. After a moment, Orenic took a breath and exhaled, calming heart. His hands slid into the hems of his robes, one of the very first things he had traded for as a man enamored by his own appearance. and slowly slid them off his shoulders, revealing well-cared-for dark brown skin and a chiseled physique not very much shy of Lionel's own. Richard began to age quite visibly, but his back was still as straight as a javelin. His beard grew and became wizened and gray, billowing in the wind as the hairs on his head grew more sparse and willowy. Suddenly, a dark force erupted from Orenic that finally made Lionel's eyes narrow. "I see," Lionel suddenly said. "You're actually a pawn of Third Nova." Lionel spoke slowly, his gaze focused entirely on Orenic. Chapter 2031, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 23 seconds p.m. Chapter 2031. Go on if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Orenic's pupils constricted into pinholes. He wasn't a fool. He could tell that Lionel wasn't baiting him. That sort of confident, indifferent gaze, as though it didn't matter, even if Orenic got on his knees and swore to the high heavens that he wasn't involved with Third Nova, told him everything he needed to know. Orenic had spent his life plotting and scheming. Even Richard and Montero had no idea where his truest allegiances lied, although Richard did know a bit more about it. And yet, with just a single slip-up, Lionel had seen right through him. Back then, when Lionel was first entering the Void Palace, no one knew who he was. Even to his own cousins and fellow Nova heirs, he was a nobody. He had never stepped foot into the family, and other than the fact they had a vague idea that he was Velasco's son, there was nothing else. There was no news about him. He had awakened his lineage factors quite late compared to the rest of them, and he was stuck far away in the Milky Way. No one had any idea he was coming to the Void Palace that year. For all they knew, he would never come. Velasco was always a wild card to begin with, and he had a huge vendetta against the Void Palace. It wasn't too impossible to believe that he wouldn't send Lionel at all. It was quite easy to accept, in fact. So the question was, how did it seem like Third Nova was prepared? Manipulating the Senate into taking action wasn't something that could happen in the spur of the moment. What about gaining information about the Raypaks and the importance of their next round of birthed eggs? Or maneuvering matters so that the Senate could vote out the stalwart Polearm Party and reduce them back to a legacy faction? All of these were things that took time and effort. This meant that Zavnik had to have had someone who informed him long ahead of time that Lionel was present and would be coming, and who better than Orenic who had been sent to oversee the selection in the first place. When you looked at things that way, it almost seemed too obvious. Lionel felt quite foolish that he hadn't seen it before, but now that everything was in line, he finally felt that a weight on his shoulders had vanished. Lionel's lip curled when he saw Orenic hesitate. "Go ahead and use your badge to escape. ITL'll only make things easier on me." Orenic shivered as he remembered the words Lionel had spoken earlier. Could it be that the Morales really had acted on his behalf? Orenic couldn't risk such a thing. He would be crushed without even knowing what happened. How could he match up to an ancestor? They could probably kill him with a single glance. Suddenly, Richard roared, his fury bubbling over. A heavy black-violet rod appeared in his hands as he swung down with all his might, aiming for Lionel's head as he crossed the distance between them. Lionel's gaze narrowed. He could feel the peculiarity of Richard's violet force, and he could also feel that the latter's strength had exponentially increased just now. He took a step back and sidestepped, gliding out of the way of the strike with ease. This chapter upload first at NWSB. C0 although his strength had increased, his skill had very obviously not. Richard poured so much focus and attention into the force manipulation of his violent force that he neglected practically everything else. Even when he exchanged his life in such a way, it wasn't enough. "Richard, get out of the way and support me from the back. You're no match for him." Richard's body trembled as he tried to retreat, but Lionel had already taken a step forward and swung a strong fist at his abdomen. He didn't want to kill Richard. In fact, he didn't want to kill any one of them. Of course, That wasn't because he was soft-hearted, but rather because he wanted what they had, whether that was information or their lineage factor. Lionel had no intention of gaining this violet force himself, but he felt that it was a perfect fit for the tentacle womb. What he saw in Richard wasn't a person any longer. All he saw was a resource. To his surprise, though, Richard allowed himself to be hit just so that he could gain a path of retreat. Before Lionel could pursue, he suddenly felt a hint of danger, causing his gaze to narrow. He stopped his forward movement and clasped both hands onto his spear's body, blocking to the side. Bang! Lionel's wrists trembled, but his feet didn't move. Across from him, Orinic wielded two sabers that Lionel couldn't take his eyes off of. Those sabers were definitely the very same twin sabers that Second Nova had used. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted and Lionel's gaze turned malevolent. He was uncaring and indifferent a moment ago, but all of a sudden, even the air itself seemed to freeze over. He knew that Second Nova had lost to Third Nova, but he hadn't thought that the latter would have been defeated badly enough to lose even his weapons. Not only had he lost his weapons, but Zavnik was even leisurely enough to pass these sabers off to Orinic. In truth, these sabers were quite bland and unassuming. Most people, even crafters, wouldn't be able to tell them apart from mass-produced instances of such weapons. But who were normal crafters compared to Lionel? He could practically see a craft down to its molecular details with a single glance. If Orinic hadn't already been exposed before him, he would have most definitely been exposed here. I think you should take a look at what happened to Orin. Lionel's voice was as dark as an abyssal hell. Orinic's gaze narrowed once more, but he didn't say anything, his gaze flashing with a greenish-violet light as an explosion of poison fog filled his surroundings. Lionel immediately recognized this as poison. His mind moved faster than Orinic could fathom. With a quick shift, he swapped places with one of his clones in the distance. He covered several kilometers in a single thought, leaping far outside the range of its influence. That poison, Lionel felt that this wasn't a pre-concocted poison. It had come right from Orinic's body as though it was a lineage factor or ability index. But what surprised him was that Orinic could even produce such powerful poison. Where had that come from? It's branching from his dark force. Is Orinic a demon too? Something isn't adding up. Lionel had met poison demons before. He had steered clear of them. The truth was that Lionel was probably immune to most poisons. Even the ones he wasn't immune to, he had cleansing waters to deal with. However, due to the current state of things, he didn't carry the segmented cube around him. It was needed to mass-produce and process ores. It was also the main source of water and food that his people had. It had to be remembered that due to the suppression of this world, everyone reacted like normal third-dimensional existences would. They needed to sleep once a day, they needed food, and they needed water. The only way to deal with these easily was to use the segmented cube. As for Lionel's own personal immunity that came from his various lineage factors and powerful Scarlet Star Force, he was a bit hesitant to use them directly. He had already learned that in the dimensional verse, underestimating your opponent was a great way to suffer. Lionel's pupils constricted, and he coughed out a greenish-violet fog. He looked up to find that his clone had already been burnt to ash. Orinic's laughter echoed through the air, his face contorting in a fashion that those familiar with him had never seen. Lionel understood immediately. This poison was more sinister than he had originally thought. It couldn't be helped. This was only the second time he had fought a true poison expert, while the first one had been fought by Aina while he watched. That was back when Aina had fought the heiress of the pious family, Simona. But Aina was entirely immune to all poisons due to her ability index, so it was obvious that this experience wasn't as helpful as it should have been. Orinic's poison was able to target him through his force alone. It was incredibly mysterious. There wasn't even a direct connection between himself and his clone, and yet he had suffered anyway. Lionel's gaze narrowed, and he immediately circulated his Scarlet Star Force, making use of its destruction characteristics to target the poison. But his pupils could only constrict when he realized it was useless. In fact, the poison clashed with his Scarlet Star Force for a moment before the stalemate was suddenly broken. The poison using his Scarlet Star Force as fuel to attack the rest of his body. The echoes of Orynyx's mad laughter boomed across the skies. "I've waited too long for this. Since you've already exposed me, there's no need for me to hold back any longer." Orynyx's lips spread with a wild grin. "Go on and use your badge to escape." Returning Lionel's words to him, he felt an endless satisfaction. Chapter 2032, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 21 seconds p.m. Chapter 2032. Without hesitation, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel's clone vanished into a push of green ash. Along his own body, greenish-purple veins began to grow larger and larger in size. He was already incredibly vascular due to his metal body to begin with, but now it was exaggerated to the point of being grotesque. If not for the fact his divine armor was still applying pressure, restricting their growth, it might have looked as though his entire body was covered with squirming, snake-like tumors by now. Even so, Lionel's expression was still cold. He already realized the issue. The Scarlet Star Force he had used just now was from his smaller node. It was only at the 5th dimension. There was a far cry from the 9th dimensional Scarlet Star Force in his much larger, innate node. The limiting factor here wasn't Scarlet Star Force itself, but rather his own limitations. He had thought about allowing his smaller node to grow larger many times, but having a weaker form of Scarlet Star Force in his body made it very convenient to study it. It was akin to simplifying a complex math problem. In addition, it made things much easier on his body when his Scarlet Star Force was weaker. That said, the last time he had improved his Scarlet Star Force innate node was well before he had formed this level of metal body. He knew well that his body could withstand far more now than it could before. In addition, his control over Scarlet Star Force now, after his most recent breakthrough, was akin to night and day. This poison. Interesting, poison and venoms alike might have a wide array of differing functions, but they all had one fundamental goal: to stop a portion of the body from working as intended. The methods by which they could do this were almost too numerous to count. This poison worked by attacking the most important system in the body of a dimensional practitioner, and that was the force nodal system. Of course, this system was just an extension of the circulatory system and could be said to be the same thing. It fed on force, catalyzed its own creation, expanding while also forcing blood to pump faster and faster. Usually, when blood vessels dilate, blood pressure drops and blood flow slows. But this poison took on the best of both worlds. Not only did it dilate blood vessels, but it increased blood pressure. Lionel couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The worst part was that any attempt to get rid of this poison through force, unless you had a very specific kind, would only end in making it far stronger. That said, in the midst of Orynyx's mad cackles, Lionel suddenly flexed. His control over his body wasn't something the likes of Orynyx could even fathom. In one sweep, he forced all of the poison pumping through his body toward his larger kidney. This wasn't even difficult for him, as it didn't require changing any of the way his body functioned. Blood was meant to be filtered through the kidneys to begin with. The moment the poison came into contact with his larger innate node, and even his smaller of the two, it was crushed. This chapter upload first at NWSB. See zero in the blink of an eye. Lionel went from a bulbous mess to a normally sized human once again. Even so, Orynyx's laughter only grew more uproarious. In his estimation, the same thing that had happened to Lionel's clown had happened to him. He had blown up like a balloon, leaving nothing but a rain of green ash. Of course, his armor had shrunk back down. There was nothing pressing up against it any longer. The only reason Orin had lived for so long was because he had recognized the poison and stopped using his force immediately. In fact, he had even expelled what remained of his force from his body, leaving him especially weak and vulnerable. But Lionel, like a fool, thought that he could brute force his way to health. He had made the most foolish decision he could have possibly thought of making. However, Ornic's laughter came to a frightened halt when Lionel suddenly rotated his shoulder as though he was stretching it. Lionel didn't make many more movements than that, but it was already enough for the entire battlefield to become pin-drop silent. Lionel was lost in his thoughts, wondering about something. I wonder if it's possible to create antibodies for a poison on the spot. I have a great deal of control over my body. The sharper my mind becomes, the more of it I can control. But enlisting a specific kind of antibody, Lionel felt that it would be difficult. He didn't have that degree of freedom with his body yet. But Aina probably did. Well, her body reacted immediately, and she would form the antibodies necessary. If he had her in his dream world as she did so, he could probably observe the process and copy it. He could use Dream Class to enter a state similar to hers and counter every poison. It was a working theory, but his main goal for this wasn't to save himself, although there was some degree of importance in that. After all, as he learned most about force manipulation, the more he realized how dangerous people could be. There was definitely a poison master out there who had a force that Lionel's Scarlet Star force couldn't handle. Having such an ability would be important to counter such a person. But even more importantly than that, Lionel was worried about his subordinates. If he could manifest antibodies to help them, then have Aina refine them into a detoxification force pill, his army would also become immune to poisons. I think you should take a look at poison masters were incredibly rare, and he had a good relationship with the only family in this air war that had them, so he had neglected this matter. He couldn't allow this to happen again. He would only make a mistake once. It should work. There's about an 80% probability. It still needs to be refined a bit, but in another few hours I should have a perfect method. That way countering Third Nova in the coming battle will be easy. Lionel snapped out of his thoughts and looked up, seemingly only now remembering that he was still facing off against Orinic. Anything more to say? He asked lightly. If that's all, they'll send you only your way now. Lionel took a step forward, and Orinic suddenly took a step back. His gaze was filled with the incredulousness of the situation. Orinic was very well aware of just the kind of strength behind that poison. If he realized it, even in the vicinity of an eighth-dimensional expert, there is a great chance that they would be incapacitated for a long while. Of course, his force manipulation was still too limited to kill such an expert, but in the time they were immobile, he could definitely escape. However, not only did Lionel withstand it, he seemed to have recovered even faster than they would have. His momentum hadn't suffered in the slightest, and he looked as though his aura was just as robust. Orinic grit his teeth. This was already his greatest trump card. Usually, he would save it, but the moment just now was too perfect, and he had even succeeded. He hadn't seen a future where all of this would actually be completely useless. Taking a breath, Orinic calmed himself. Run. That was the only way out of this matter. Without hesitation, Orinic turned and fled. Richard was somewhat caught off guard by this change and hesitated. Orinic had just told him to back up and support him from the back, but now he was running? Richard felt a deep disgust within him when he thought about having to run away once again. How many times would he have to run? How many times did he have to suffer this same exact fact? All sorts of disgust and nausea rippled through his body. Tears of humiliation streamed down his cheeks as he turned, shooting through the skies after Orinic with the faster speed he could muster. Lionel raised his foot and suddenly vanished, appearing before them in an instant. Weren't they a bit too naive to believe that they could outrun someone with such high attainments in spatial force? It was nothing more than a childish dream. However, when Lionel blocked Orinic, his gaze couldn't help but narrow. In his hand, he held a familiar device, a sundial. Orinic held a grimace on his face when he saw Lionel appear so fast, but Lionel could see the twinkle in his eye. Even now, he was clearly scheming. What Orinic didn't know was that he couldn't possibly match up to Lionel's speed of thought. In that brief instant, Lionel had already realized what Orenic was planning. In fact, from his plan, Orenic even potentially baked in the possibility that Lionel would realize what he was doing. There was only one place Orenic would teleport to in this moment for safety, and that was Third Nova's territory. If Lionel got caught up in the teleportation, he would be alone in a hostile continent, surrounded by his third eldest cousin's army. Orenic was banking that if he went, Lionel would either be caught up in this trap, or in the case that he realized ahead of time, he would be too scared to go. Either way, he would escape. Lionel sneered, taking a step forward without hesitation. Orenic activated the teleportation, swallowing up all three of them. Over the horizon, Aina and the others just caught up in time to see Lionel vanishing before their eyes. Chapter 2033, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 19 seconds p.m. Chapter 2033. An hour if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 2033, an hour. Lionel's body flashed, and his vision sharpened. Others couldn't maintain their sense of direction in the middle of a teleportation. One would end up feeling weightless and would become unable to tell which direction was up, which was down, and where left and right was. However, Orenic had miscalculated. Not only could Lionel maintain his sense of direction, even his vision wasn't obstructed. He could feel the swirling mass of space splitting open before him. Lionel had known that he could do this intuitively, but this was the first time he had truly done it. He could feel that his comprehension of space was shifting and molding to the changes around him, but he quickly snapped out of it and suddenly reached forward. Orenic, who couldn't see or orient himself at the moment, felt a suffocating pressure squeeze around his throat. At first, he thought it was just an oddity of the teleportation, but when his vision cleared, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. To his horror, Orenic looked forward to finding Lionel right in front of him, his throat clamped down. Right to his side, Richard was in a vice-like grip as well, both of their feet dangling from above as they struggled to push blood flow to their brains. While practitioners of their level could last a very long time without breathing, that was only if their blood continued to circulate normally. Lionel's palms weren't just restricting their breathing. His fingers clamped down on the important blood vessels of their necks, making them feel lightheaded as they struggled. Help! Help! This was Ornic's only option. He felt that they should be close enough to Zavnik's territory now. Calling out should bring down hell upon Lionel. In fact, because he had brought Lionel, he might not even get punished for this failure. Orenic could tell that while Zavnik was hyper-fixated on first and second Nova as his only competition, only he knew that Lionel was a true monster. Orenic had tried to explain these matters to Zavnik in the past, but the latter simply brushed it off. How could Third Nova believe that a six-dimensional existence could threaten him? Then again, Orenic had a hard time understanding what it was that Zavnik was thinking half the time. Even now, he wasn't 100% certain of what his plans were. All he knew was that he needed help right now, and a lot of it. So long as Zavnik could come with his army, there would be a chance for survival. Lionel should also be smart enough to know that he wasn't a useful bargaining chip, so he just had to. Orenic froze, his body shuddering. This location wasn't right. Oh, you've noticed? If I can orient myself in a spatial tunnel, you think I don't have the ability to step out of it early? Did you think I would let you drag me into such a trap? Lionel tilted his head somewhat, his smile light and inviting. But at the moment, it looked like nothing more than a reaper's kiss to Orenic. This chapter upload first at NWSB. Siverom, they say that scheming is useless in the face of absolute power, Lionel continued. And I think that's actually true. But the difference is that the definition of absolute power from person to person differs greatly. To you, I've long since reached that level. Against me, no amount of planning, no amount of preparation, no amount of scheming would be useful. Orenic felt his heart shatter. It wasn't literal, but his body felt like it had lost all of its strength. Hanging in the air, looking into Lionel's eyes, feeling his cold indifference, he realized that the boy back then he could have crushed with a single hand had long since soared well beyond him. If he had only known that the Lionel he met back then was a young man who hadn't even been in the dimensional verse for even a handful of years, he would have understood things much more thoroughly. They had simply never been on the same level. To his surprise, though Orinik felt his badge shatter, it wasn't him who had done it, but clearly Lionel. Richard's heart was even more dead than Orinik's was. He didn't even react to his badge shattering, the blacks of his eyes sinking deeper and deeper. He had well and truly lost. Orinik felt a sharp pain before he disappeared, feeling that something had been gouged out of his body, but he didn't have the luxury of thinking about it. He already knew that the moment he left, he would find himself in the hands of others. His life was pretty much over now. Lionel didn't care very much about the feelings of the two of them. He had always been a compassionate person, but he was just as easily able to turn it off against the people who targeted him. He didn't blame Richard in the past for what he had done. Back then, when the latter tried to marry Aina, he hadn't even cared to go and stop the marriage in the first place. So how could he retroactively be enraged by such a thing? What he hated Richard for was not for this, but rather the rumors he had spread about his mother. That was simply unforgivable. If it wasn't for Eleanor telling him that he was more useful alive back then, Lionel would have long since killed this person. But then he had the audacity to hold a grudge and target the Ascension Empire years later. Then it was Orinik. The rumors he had spread back then about the authenticity of Lionel's amethyst token were true enough. Lionel wasn't enraged by this. He was enraged by the intention behind the action, and then the further steps he took to profit from his and Aina's life and death after they had entered that dangerous zone. The two of them didn't deserve his sympathy, and he didn't care for it. They were only alive because they were more useful that way. I think you should take a look at as for the sharp pain that Orinik had felt before. Lionel looked down at his hand to see a bloody organ. It was a gallbladder of sorts, but this was filled with poison. But what was interesting is that when it was implanted into a body, it worked almost a lot like an innate node would, but this innate node was capable of evolving. It was fascinating. Lionel didn't believe that Orinik had been born with this organ naturally. He had found it by scanning Orinik's body with his dream world, and around the location this was founded, there were almost unnoticeable irregularities. This meant that this wasn't an original part of Orinik's body. Somebody implanted it, so they gave him this ability. He wasn't born with it. But how could it be so seamless? Who has the skill to Lionel's gaze narrowed? It had to be Third Nova. In fact, it was very likely that Orin had been poisoned as a result of this, and that was why he had lost so easily and silently. Orinik wasn't a demon, but somehow he was able to gain demon-like characteristics through this method. Lionel shook his head. Just what was going on? The Silver Empire had ties to demons. The Morales family had ties to demons. The Suyard family likely had ties to demons. The Three-Finger Cult had ties to demons. What was the story behind this? Was the demon race infiltrating the human domain like the cloud race had? Something wasn't adding up here. It didn't make any sense to him at all. Why did so many powerful existences have ties to the one race that was the most evil? There wasn't even a religion that worshipped demons, at least not out in the open. This was how against demons the human domain was. Even the spiritual race could have such a religion, but the demons had never been allowed such a thing. And now there were even people creating demons? Lionel was truly speechless. He didn't have an answer for any of these matters. With a frown, he stepped through the air. Beneath him, there was still nothing but vast ocean. He had stepped out of the spatial tunnel long before they made it to the continent, so he actually wasn't very far from the Water Lotus territory. After returning, Lionel saw Aina, who rushed over with a slightly worried expression on her face. However, Lionel only smiled. "I have some work for you. Can you create an antidote for this poison?" Aina nodded. "I can do that. You'll need to send one out of here for Orin. You'll probably need to make it more potent, though. I'm only about 60/40ths on whether or not they use the same poison." But if incorrect, it's like the same derivatives, but just far more powerful. Aina nodded. She didn't know who Orin was, but she assumed that he must have been Second Nova. Lionel at least kept them updated about certain things. Give me an hour. Those paying attention to this situation were rendered speechless. An hour. They looked toward Orin's body. He had been silent for a long time, but his skin was already turning a terrible black-purple color that wasn't natural in the slightest. Even his sweat had begun to turn toxic and foul. This person was already at a point that only an ancestor of the Omen family could cure him. How could a six-dimensional little girl possibly have a solution in an hour? But under the astonished gazes of those there, Aina actually cut the bloody organ open and swallowed the contents. Chapter 2034, published at 7th of August, 2023, 1:22 and 17 seconds p.m. Chapter 2034, where, if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again 2034 where. Aina stood in silence for a while, but to the surprise of many, her expression didn't change at all, nor did she erupt into a burst of ash. She didn't seem to have ingested any poison at all. Even if she was immune, she should have at least felt some pain, but she didn't react like that in the slightest. There were certain ability indexes that could allow one to be immune to certain poisons, but everything had their limits. They couldn't fathom why it was that Aina would be so confident. Even those immune to poison wouldn't necessarily go out of their way to consume it, let alone so much of it in a single sitting. Of course, how could these people know that Aina was used to far more pain than this? As a child, she would probably be thankful if she could spend a day with this sort of pain. It wasn't until she consumed Lionel's cleansing water for the first time that she reached a state where that pain instead became itchiness, which was far easier for her to handle. Plus, Aina had the ability to subconsciously understand everything she was about to put into her body. If she looked at the poison once, she obviously knew the moment she touched it whether it was within her capabilities to handle or not. After several moments, Aina nodded to herself lightly. She listed off quite a few things. At least these territories will be useful for something, Lionel said, looking toward the water lotus territory. All of the previously planned force pills obviously had materials that were likewise previously prepared by Lionel. He wouldn't leave such things up to chance. However, this poison was obviously a curveball, and unlike metals, Lionel didn't have a large supply of force herbs. However, the Water Lotus territory had them available for purchase. It was a function that he had ignored because it was of little use to him. After all, Aina was the only force pill crafter of adequate skill that Lionel had by his side, and she was already swamped with work. While force herbs could have some effect on their own, those that would be worth it were far too expensive. Lionel was already beginning to feel the pinch of a lack of points currently, so he didn't want to waste the few he had. That said, now this was a matter of life and death. It wasn't just Orin, but his armies as well. If he wanted to face off against Zavnik, he needed a counter to this poison. If he didn't have one, he might as well pack his bags now. Even he needed a counter. Although he could rely on his innate nodes, it wasn't good enough. This poison still eroded force away, and there were many entry points to his body that it could use. If he had to circulate his force to his innate nodes first before he could get rid of it, over time, the amount of force he would lose in doing this again and again would be too much. Essentially, it would drain his stamina far faster than it should. This chapter upload first at Enable USB. C0 MIF Orinik had been smarter. He could have used the poison like a continuous domain to drain Lionel over time. But the first problem with that is that draining Lionel is only an option you could take if you were confident in surviving until he was out of stamina. The second problem with that would be Orinik running out of poison. Clearly, this wasn't a natural part of Orinik's body. Aina had to drain the entire rest of the contents to understand everything she could about it. That likely meant that there hadn't been much left. But this didn't mean that Zavnik wouldn't be able to do so. So, Lionel observed Aina very carefully. He had every intention of paying close attention to her changes to see if he could come up with a perfect counter. After buying 2 sets of materials, one for Aina and another for Anastasia to grow in bulk, Lionel began to watch Aina. She didn't seem to mind. In fact, she felt an odd sort of peace with Lionel watching over her. Although they were in the middle of the ocean, it felt like home. She pressed 2 fingers against her brows and then extended them. From between her brows, a strand of thick reddish gold liquid came out. Just from the faint smell, Lionel knew that it was blood, but aside from that, it also carried the hint of a fragrant flower smell. Those who were watching couldn't help but shudder. A blood refinement method? It wasn't that they had never heard of such a method, but it was so impossibly rare that there wasn't currently even a single other person who could use such methods. In fact, it was so rare that maybe only a handful of others had been capable in the past, all of whom were blood sovereigns. At that moment, the entire atmosphere around Aina seemed to shift. They had vaguely seen already that her strength was abnormal, especially for a 6-dimensional existence. But they had still felt that Lionel was too reckless in taking her as his partner rather than James or someone with more substantial and obvious strength. They thought that Lionel had put too much thought into a statement entrance as opposed to actually surviving. However, these thoughts seemed to fall to silence at this moment, a heavy one. While many still felt that Aina was too weak to have been Lionel's first choice and partner, just this ability alone was enough to be shocking to an extreme. Aina's red-gold blood flew forward and formed a new structure. It took the form of a multi-layered rose with no stem. In place of a stem, there were tendrils of golden roots stretching out toward the forest herbs in the surroundings and enveloping them. I think you should take a look at the gold color seemed to become contagious, moving from the roots and swallowing the forest herbs up. As the roots returned to the floating, layered rose, faint bits of dust and ash fell. They were almost imperceptible to the naked eye, but the ancestors of the Omen family couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Those were definitely the impurities of the forest herbs, but that was a process that should have taken several hours, several days even. It could be said that this was the most important step, in fact. This was what would decide the grade of the force pill, even more so than the fusion process. But it seemed like with a simple touch, Aina cleansed the force herbs, leaving them with nothing more than perfection. Or had she? The roots retracted and vanished into the layers of the rose. The rose itself began to gently spin. One after another, its layers collapsed and gained a more and more golden color. A rich fragrance began to fill the air, but the process remained delicate and smooth. The shocking realization that a 6-dimensional existence had just refined 7th-dimensional force herbs hit the spectators like a speeding meteor. They had been so distracted by everything else that they hadn't had the time to fathom how that could even be possible. Suddenly, the last layer of the rose collapsed and closed softly, leaving the form of what looked like a yet to bloom flower. Sparkling motes of golden light gathered from the surroundings, and Aina gently lifted her hand. The grace of their movement left one mesmerized, whether it was the gentle beauty of her long, slender fingers or the elegance of their movement through the air. Either one left one without breath to breathe. And then the motes condensed. Silence ensued as the rose stopped spinning, its petals opening up one after another to reveal the floating mass of 3 thumb-sized green pills covered in complex purple force arts. Aina smiled lightly, looking up toward Lionel. Finished. Lionel nodded and took the 3 pills. He held 2 between his fingers and palmed the 3rd in his other hand. Looking up toward the skies, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he struck out the palm that held the 3rd force pill. It rocketed through the skies with an inconceivable speed, vanishing through the layers. Up above, Ancestor Alvaro waved a hand and shook his head. He didn't know how this kid sent an item through the barrier, but he really didn't seem to care about the optics. This Lionel was so reckless, but it only made Alvaro chuckle. The only problem was whether this pill would actually work. How could he not be skeptical? He looked toward the Omen family, but they were a blank slate. Even so, the fact they were looking over made Alvaro feel a bit of curiosity. Although Alvaro was hesitating, Kira was most definitely not. She rushed over and demanded the pill, so he could only helplessly release it and watch as she shoved it into Oren's mouth. At this point, Oren's eyes were tightly shut, and he had no understanding of what was happening around him. When he sensed someone prying open his mouth, he wanted to fight back because he thought that it was from the Omen family. He didn't want it, but fortunately, he was too weak at the moment to have a choice. The pill was forced into his mouth, and silence fell. Even the Omen family couldn't help but look over. Despite their earlier confidence, after seeing Aina refine, they couldn't say anything for certain. Just where had this little beauty with such skill come from? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.